All right, we're live.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. Today is Wednesday, December 6th, and it is our public hearing for charter schools. And we'll first begin with Enterprise Charter School. My name is Dr. Kathy Evans Brown. I'm the Vice President of the Executive Affairs, also East District School Representative. I'm going to hand the torch over to Dr. Ebony Bullock to
Good
facilitate.
afternoon. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon, honorable board members and our esteemed colleagues from Enterprise Charter School. As Dr. Evans Brown has mentioned, this is our renewal hearing for Enterprise Charter School, and we're delighted to collaborate on behalf of the students and families of Buffalo. I am not quite sure the Enterprise staff that's present in the room. I'm sure that they can go ahead and introduce themselves soon enough. Just we will do about a 15 minutes-ish presentation from Enterprise, and then we will open it up to questions and comments from our board members. And then by then we should have some comments or questions from the listening audience, those who have watched online, and we might even have some time to take some questions and comments from Enterprise school community members who showed up on behalf of the school. And so Dr. Evans Brown, with that being said, we can send it right over to our friends from Enterprise Charter, and they can introduce themselves and get started on their presentation.
Thank you.
Okay, great.
So thank you so much for that introduction, and we're so happy to be here. I'm Dr. Elizabeth Massetti Miller, and I work with Enterprise School, and I'm humbled and honored to be here and speak on their behalf as we launch our time here today. I want to start, next slide. There we go. With our community that's here with us today, our board members, our students, our parents, yay, and of course our staff are here to join us. We're just so happy and proud to be here to share with you our wonderful news. So to start off today, I want to take a moment to introduce you, next slide, to our senior leadership team. And we really wanted to make sure that you heard and were aware of the team that led us here today. To begin with, our senior leadership team is Denise Terrell. She's our Senior Director of Operations. She is a proud mom of two that have both attended Enterprise Charter School. She has been on the board and as a mom at the school for over 16 years. She is currently our Senior Director of Operations. She can't get enough of us, and she is a well-respected member of the Buffalo community. So we thank her for all her work over the course of this past couple of years. Thank you, Denise. Just to clarify, speakers at the end?
I mean, you can run it
Denise,
any
why
way
don't
you
you
wish.
come up and say a few words, and then we'll introduce our principal.
Good afternoon, everyone. Some faces I know, some I don't, but thank you for having us here. It is no secret that Enterprise is home to me for lots of reasons. Home because it gave my children and myself a home here in Buffalo for education, but also for much more. I'm always humbled to be able to give back to the students now in this role, that the things that were given to me and my children. So a safe place to go to school at, a comfortable lap to land in when they were having a bad day, an education that was second to none. And so as much as we're here to celebrate all the great things that we've done academically to get us to this point, I'd be remiss if I didn't say this school has been much more than that to me. And as you'll hear from my children very shortly, and from some other parents here, they all feel that way. So again, thank you for having us here today, and I'm just super excited about it all. And I'm gonna try not to cry. How does it now? There may be tears.
Thank you, Denise. And we're going to hear from Taylor. Her son, Aaron, is also here, but Taylor's going to speak on behalf of all the graduates of ECS, some of them here today, to talk a little bit about who we are and why ECS meant so much to her. Why don't you come up, Taylor? That'd be great.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. It's okay. Hello, my name is Taylor Terrell. I'm a former graduate of Enterprise Charter School and a current senior at International Preparatory School at Grover Cleveland. My mom is Denise Terrell. And truthfully, before a few minutes ago, I had no clue what her official role was at Enterprise. But I knew that my entire middle school experience, she was there all the time for the students, for the parents, for the staff, for all of it. And even now, when she took her role, she told me about that she's doing it for the kids so they could get the same experience that me and him had. So, and I believe that your Enterprise experience doesn't expire once you graduate. I feel like I'm always a part of the Enterprise community when I come back to see her, when I come back to help out teachers when they offered me, they offered me to come help them assist in their summer school program. So Enterprise is just a wonderful place to be at. I felt a sense of community, a sense of joy and belonging, and I feel like every kid deserves to feel that same way I did.
Thank you so much, Taylor. Erin, you going to come on up?
Hello, I'm Aaron Terrell, son of Denise Terrell, brother to Taylor Terrell. I have always been, I'm a special education student. I used to formerly go to Enterprise Charter School, and the community and love that it's poured into me has been probably the best that I've ever received through any other education or schooling anywhere else. And I know personally a lot of the people that work at the staff there, and there's no doubt in my mind that they receive the same, that they give the same love and appreciation to the students prior or current there today. So I'm not much of a speaker, you know, I've never been much of a speaker, so kind of nervous a little bit, you know, and I think that's it. That's all.
Thank you. That's wonderful. Well, thank you to that family from start to finish. So the next slide is I want to make a point of introducing you to our second major member of the leadership team that brought us here today over our turnaround in the last couple of years is Jordan Schmidt. Jordan is a principal with over 10 years of experience. He's worked as an administrator in Buffalo Public Schools, and he has been at the ground from the beginning, leading the turnaround work from the beginning of our BPS agreement. So Jordan, why don't you come up and say a couple words?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you all for having me. I'm going to do my best to follow that up. That was fantastic. I could not do as great as them, but I want to thank you all for having me here, and I'm really, really looking forward to continuously working collaboratively with the district, because the district and the community themselves gave me an opportunity to start my leadership career and to be able to work in a wonderful community that we work in. So I thank you so much for having me, and to continue that relationship and that collaborative work, because we're all here for one reason, and that's our Buffalo community. So thank you so very much, and we're looking forward to our discussion. Thank you.
I think after our principal, it might be really important. We have a couple other parents in the room that we'd like to bring up to make sure they get time today. So Denise, you can have them come on up, and then we'll move on to more in depth into our presentations.
Good afternoon. My name is Linda Rodriguez. I'm a student at ECS. This is my 6th year. I'm currently in 5th grade and I have been attending this wonderful school since kindergarten. I've been involved at ECS for far longer than 6 years. My sister also attended ECS from kindergarten through 8th grade. I always enjoyed attending family fun nights, even before I was a student at Enterprise. I am here today to talk about why ECS has been a great school. It's a wonderful atmosphere. The teachers and staff go above and beyond for all of the students. ECS isn't just a school, we are like a big family, and I love it here. Please don't ever close Enterprise Charter School. It would break many hearts, including mine. Thank you. Good morning, my name is Jemiah Satchel, and I am a student at ECS. I have been involved at ECS for 3 years, and my sister has been involved at ECS for ever since 5th grade, and I am here today to talk about why ECS has been a great school, because they teach us stuff we know for the future, and the teachers are respectful to our students, teachers, and
Great. Thank you. Good job. Oh,
Hey, Warren, how you doing?
Hello.
All right. Well, I just want to really say in a nutshell, this is an awesome school. And it's so much community that means a lot to all of us. My daughter been in Enterprise Charter School since she was in kindergarten. And I could say the staff is very good with the kids, that they actually grew up with my daughter. Like, my daughter grew up with the staff, and they are super. And they take the time with the kids. They help them with their schoolwork all the time on a regular basis. I just can't say enough about this school, and it needs to be there. It needs to be there, it needs to stay. It means a lot to all of us, parents especially, because we have a sense of togetherness, and it's always been like that ever since she's been there, and ever since I've been around everybody. So this means a lot to all of us, and we hope that if this will all work in our favor, because we need this, because this is community. Enterprise Charter School is community. So that's really all I had to say, and thank you.
thank you so much to our families for coming today and being part of this presentation. Later, we'll hear from our staff about all the things they have to say, and we'll tell you a little bit more about them as well. So our mission at Enterprise, and we believe that we're creating the next generation of leaders in the Buffalo community area, is engaging young minds through projects and partnerships. Next slide. Our vision to carry this out is the portrait of a graduate. We also believe in creating students who are confident creators, goal-oriented achievers, real-world problem solvers, empathetic citizens, and self-advocates. And we're going to talk about how do we do that at Enterprise Charter School. So for next slide. So for goal-oriented achievers, we believe in engaging and rigorous curriculum. And you can see by some of the photos here what we're doing at Enterprise Charter School, whether it's project-based learning, whether it's being out in the field, putting their learning to work, or being in our lab and enjoying some of the technology we have available at Enterprise Charter School. Next slide. We create real-world problem solvers. So we do this through innovative teaching practices. We live in a lovely building at Enterprise Charter School, and we believe in really helping kids apply their learning so that they can be problem solvers into high school and into adulthood. You can see here is a picture of our green room that we have used throughout the years at Enterprise Charter School. It's one of the ways in which they can apply their knowledge. The next slide is creating self-advocates. For our social emotional learning and making sure students are feeling good about themselves and being able to navigate the world as they move into adulthood is a real big part of our program at the school. Of course, we do restorative practices, but also you'll see in this picture, we do classroom morning meetings. So every morning at the same time, our school is in their classrooms in a circle, following the morning meeting structures to make sure everybody is feeling good about being in school, able to share and feeling part of the group. And of course, that's why it's in a circle. The next thing is building empathetic citizens. And we believe at Enterprise Charter School is really celebrating everyone's differences and embracing and learning from each other. Here you can see Hispanic Heritage Month. It's just one small thing that we do at the school. However, there were almost 300 people there, so it was a wonderful celebration. Another way we create empathetic citizens on the next slide is Juneteenth. We have a performing arts department, and they're responsible, along with many other talented people on our staff, for creating these wonderful opportunities to share and learn from each other. Next, we create confident creators. And this is about integrating the arts and showing your learning through a variety of means. In this case, not only integrating the arts with our teacher, Ms. Bridge, who's here today, but also about giving back to our community. And you can see that was one of our fallen firefighters that came and they had created an art piece for the unit. So that's how we approach our work at Enterprise Charter School. The next slide is now into some of the demographics about our school. So you'll see here our charters for 405 students. We serve students kindergarten through 8th grade, and you can see the grade bands. K through 4 is 48 per grade level. Grade 5 is approximately 43. Grade 6, 42, and then 7th and 8th is approximately 8th graders in those grade, 80 students in their grade bands. Here you can see the demographics. Approximately 70% of our students are Black or African American, 25% Hispanic or Latino, 2% white, and 3% multiracial.
Before you go on, could I ask everyone who's on the platform to mute themselves, please? Make sure that you're muted. Thank you. Go ahead, I'm sorry.
That's okay. The next slide is also about our demographics, and we wanted to show you the trend over the past several years for the different groups in which we serve. So you'll see in this chart for students with disabilities, our students with 504 plans, our English language learners, and our students who are economically disadvantaged. We have grown in number in those categories and continue to do so. We have made an effort to make sure that all students have an opportunity to enroll in our school, and the board has made policy adjustments to ensure that happens. But you can see we went from students with disabilities from 40 to 53, still increasing our percentages. Our students with 504 plans went from 10 to 18, and we continue to grow in the area for students that are economically disadvantaged from 94% to 98%. The next slide is talking about recruitment and enrollment. So over the course of this past year and the journey since we last year, we developed a plan and we set a goal for this current school year, and our team did an amazing job. And the goal was that ECS will increase enrollment to 400 students, approximately 10% increase. And we've achieved that goal, and we're very proud of it. We're going to talk a little bit more about that. What we did is we created an annual plan. We set goals and action items to make sure we could achieve our goals, and then to hold ourselves accountable, we reported to the board on a monthly basis. Next slide. Thank you. So you had asked about recurring recruitment sites. There was a full push to make sure that we were getting to every early childhood center in the area. We have already started that for this year. You can see on here, we have Head Start programs, community action organizations, for example, Kayla's Precious Daycare. We have part of Educare, Journey's Refugee Center, Urban Life Center, Hope Refugee Center, Lovejoy Outreach, Family Help Daycare, and our Holy Cross sites. Plus, we also partner with our community organizations, which is critical for us, including the Buffalo Latino Village, and we also participate in Enroll Buffalo, which is our single point of entry for charter schools, so parents have an opportunity to apply for multiple schools of their choice. So here, next slide. We thought it was important to point out the enrollment trend for this year, for the past several years, given that we did achieve our goal. And what we want to point out is in 2021, we were at 402 students, but then we dropped significantly to 335. And we recognized that was an issue for our school. We were coming through COVID, but also we were struggling with staying open as a viable organization, which we know we've turned around as of today. Then we moved up to 362, we started to climb, and today we're at 400 students, and we're very proud of that. What it shows is almost a 17% increase from the time we were at our lowest point, and showing that the community is behind us, and we are there to serve them. The next thing was about student retention. Slide. Oh, perfect. Next one. Perfect. Okay, so they asked about retention. This year we have a 96% student retention rate. Of those, which is one of the questions, 1.5% of those students who left us entered Buffalo Public Schools. Of the 14 who exited, 5 went to Buffalo Public Schools, excuse me. But we also wanted to point out that our current 8th graders, 46% started with us in 1st grade, others in 2nd and 3rd, but we thought it was important to show that almost half of our 8th graders have been with us through their whole elementary middle school journey. Next slide. Thank you. So we talked a lot about student data. Now we're going to move into the staff retention data as well, about the ECS team. And this year we currently have a 90% staff retention rate. We've retained 56 out of our 62 staff members. We have 100% retention of our administration and our operations staff. And we think it's really important, and I wanted to point out to you, that people here today, we have deeply committed long-term staff members. We have 2 founders, Mr. Kevin, Ms. Bridge, who are here today with us. We have 7 staff with more than 10 years of experience at Enterprise Charter School, many of whom are here today. Next slide. So now we're going to talk about student growth. So we have had 12 measures with our agreement with Buffalo Public Schools. 10 of them are already available, and we have met 10 out of the 10 measures. 8 of the 12 are required for our opportunity to continue in our charter, and we have met 10. So you can see here, without going through each one, all the greens are what we have met, and the shaded area is for ones that are TBD, to be determined, and they are in January. So for reading, we met 5 out of 5, and we're very, very excited about that. And in the next slide,
It's coming out too. We got it. Right.
oh, thank you. And in the next slide, we also met 5 out of 5 for math. So we have met 10 of the 10 current measures available, and we'll be able to report out in January. We're also pleased to say that we have supplied all the data to BPS to make sure that they have what they need, and we're ready and waiting to provide the same data or what's requested in January while it's in live time over the course of this year. So how did we do it? Next slide. Thank you. Is that we started on a journey of turnaround and school improvement. So the first thing we did is we developed a school improvement plan. We gathered the team, we put our heads together, we talked to people, we did a needs assessment, and we said, what do we need to do to change this, to turn the school around, to improve it, to bring it back to its greatness. So we developed a plan. The next part is that we implemented it. And you can see on the slide, although it may be difficult to see from where you are all the action items and the goals and the people responsible for carrying out the school improvement plan. Then on top of that, we made sure we were monitoring and adjusting along the way. And we think this is a big part of our success. It's about developing a plan that works. We know how to implement it, and then we're going to monitor and adjust it as we go. Next slide.
Excuse me, if I can just do a friendly interruption, my colleague from Enterprise. I just want to do a time check. It is 3:27, and I want to be sure that both our board and your community members have time. And I don't want you to rush. This meeting was scheduled for an hour, so if you could be mindful of that so we can make sure that comments and questions come in.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you. I'm almost done, so great timing. So financial information, we've added that there. You can read it there of what they had asked for. We're a viable organization. We have a healthy fund balance. We've had clean audits through the years. And in our renewal application, there's a 5-year projection chart that you can see. And last but not least are these few things about our partners. Next slide. Is that we can't do this work alone, and we're proud to have so many partners with us to make this happen for our students and our families. We do want to point out Turkey Day, next slide, because we thought it was important for all the people that did the hard work. We give out give to 54 families, and it takes a village to have that happen, and we're so proud of the people that helped us with that. The next thing is we have Little Match Girl, which we also wanted to point out, next slide, who gives and make sure the 176 students have a wonderful holiday season. And last but not least, we want to thank Buffalo Public Schools, particularly the BPS advisor, who has been a great collaborator and has provided constructive feedback, and we are truly appreciative of that working relationship. In addition, we wanted to just do a call out is for all the student support services folks that have helped us at the school, the supervisor, the chair people, and the related service providers that have been coming to us on a regular basis. So thank you, BPS, for listening to us and giving us the opportunity. And that's it.
Well, thank you so much. Take a deep breath. We know that it's always difficult to go up first, and so we thank you for that wonderful presentation. Dr. Evans-Brown, I want to say, as it stands, we have no comments or questions in the chat. So I kick it off to you for comments and questions from the board, and then for whomever is there in your audience.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Bullock, and thank you, Dr. Mueller, for such a thorough presentation.
Madam Vice President, could everyone mute unless you're talking? And then I would ask you if you're done, when you're done talking, to go back and mute. Okay, thank you, Dr. Evans-Brown. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So that was a very detailed presentation, and I see that there have been loads of improvements since we last heard from you guys. I see several of my colleagues on the screen, all board members, Board Member Paulette Woods, I see Board Member Terrence Hurd, and Board Member Jen McCosey. So the floor is open for you guys to have an opportunity to ask questions. Any takers first? Oh, they did a pretty good job. I don't hear any questions. So Dr. Miller?
I actually have some.
Okay, here we
Hello,
go.
how are you? I just, I noticed that your numbers are going up as far as the populations that you're serving. Are you then fluid in making sure that you have enough staff and you have enough availability in order to be able to service folks? You went from 10 to, I believe, 18, 19 in one of your categories, which means an extra body for sure. Are you prepared for, say, in the next coming year or whatever you're trying to do to bring in more folks? There's teacher shortages. There's all kinds of, you know, I guess, you know, roadblocks when it comes to bringing new staff into place. And we struggle with that here, but across the country as well. So what is your plan for,
Yeah, that's
you
a
know,
really good
you're doing much better, but how are you taking on new people and maintaining?
Yeah, that's a really great question. Having my background is in special education, so I know how important it is. Now, when we've expanded, we have expanded with our budget as well to make sure that we have enough staff in our budget to provide the services to the students that we have there. We've been lucky thus far to make sure we've been able to staff that, but not unlike other districts and people across the districts across the country struggle. So we've tried to be really creative about recruitment, finding different opportunities and working diligently to keep us fully staffed in that area. We also have, we did this when we started the turnaround work, was we have a coordinator for special education, specifically monitoring that, monitoring services, and she also supports monitoring with our English language learners as well. And we have 2 English language learner teachers at the school, which we feel very fortunate about.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And nothing further here.
Okay, thank you for that, Board Member Merclusi. Dr. Miller, I have an observation. So you indicated in one of your slides the enrollment in the ethnicities, the disabilities, et cetera, of the students. Do you have information in contrast with the staff? I didn't notice or didn't hear you talk about the ethnicity of students, I mean of staff, because it's across this country it's very difficult, for example, to find teachers of color, for example. So can you have your data on that in that area?
I didn't bring it with you, but I'm happy to provide that and also give you the recruitment plan we have around some of that with our staff as well. So we can get that to you for sure.
All right, perfect. Dr. Bullock will ensure that she gets that information.
Great.
Anyone else? Board Member Herb and/or Board? Okay, Board Member Herb, you are.
Yeah, I apologize. I think it was me. I'm having horrible connectivity issues today, so I'm trying to do it through my cell phone now. Thank you for your presentation. It was very much appreciated, and I see all the work together that we're working at. You know, as Enterprise and working as Buffalo Public Schools, you know, this joint effort to make sure that you are successful in your goals. Just a couple of quick questions. How many students can your facility hold or sustain?
In our charter, we have 405 students that we can have according to the charter agreement.
So you're about 99% completion of your goals.
Correct.
And I did miss some of the presentation because of connectivity issues, but I was trying to listen in at the same time. So we have, I did see that you were down to 335 and you went to 400. How did you complete that? How did you get another that group of students to enter into the facility? Was that through your reaching out to the community, or?
Hold on, Mr. Hurd, excuse me. Mr. Friedman,
Yes.
could you mute? All right, thank you.
Well, we have Ms. Terrell here, and she and her team did a remarkable job in terms of recruitment. It wasn't easy. It's a lot of hard work. They developed a plan, they implemented, but the other thing I'm going to tell you from the heart is that every family that walked in, she and her team and Mr. Schmidt and the rest of the folks made them feel welcome. And so from the beginning, that was the charge about how do we recruit families into our school? How do we build community again? How do we have families tell other families? And that's been over the course of 18 months. And we know other schools have struggled to get their enrollment back up, and we put a lot of effort into it, and we're very proud of that.
Okay, thank you. And your new leadership, they've been there for 2 years now? Is that correct, or?
Ms. Terrell and Mr. Schmidt, yes. Over 18 months, yes. Mr. Schmidt has been the building manager. Yeah, since we created the BPS agreement.
Okay.
In terms of leadership.
Okay, and I am interested in what Dr. Kathy Evans Brown talked about was the number of staff members of ethnicity that you have on board, and also some of the programs that you guys are doing within the facility. Just to keep abreast with those things, and okay. Wish you well on your success moving forward.
Thank you so much.
And thank you, Mrs. Bullitt, for working with you so closely and trying to help you achieve these goals.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Hurd, Board Member Hurd. Board Member Paulette Woods.
I want to commend you on the presentation. I like the fact that you showed you're increasing your students with disability population and the 504 plan students and the L's. That was a major criticism for most of charter schools. And I like the fact that you got the stability. You're emphasizing that you're retaining your students and your staff. But I didn't hear you, or maybe I missed it. I didn't hear anything about educational achievement. I thought part of the problem, the reason why the schools were being compared to how they were doing on their exams, their L's, on their math and their English tests, and how their academic achievement was going. So I'm just curious, what have you done to improve their academic achievement? That's what we're here for.
So I did, and forgive me if I'm not answering the question, but we did talk about the 10 goals measures that we met for over the course of the year that was part of the BPS agreement. So we showed growth, significant growth in all areas of reading and mathematics. Some measures were just K2, some measures were K8, and some measures were 3A, which I'm getting into all the weeds, but we can give you more reports on that. We are happy to do that, give you more detail on different areas, different groups, different grade levels. And we did just give a full data report over to Ms.
Yes, Dr. Miller, if I can help you with that, Board Member Paulette Woods, you have a folder that we will make sure that you get, because they did give us comprehensive data on all of their groups. But in terms of this presentation, they presented on the particular items that they had to show improvement on per the agreement. And it was reading and math, overall. We took some groups out, but when you get your folder, feel free to call me or Brad, and we can walk you through that because they did provide it, yet it wasn't in this presentation, but they did provide comprehensive, and you'll have that.
Okay, that's because I believe that was one of the main criticisms that we got from the state, that all of the charter schools have to achieve equal to or better than the Buffalo Public Schools. So that was their main concern, and that's why I'm asking that.
Yes, ma'am. Dr. Moss is set up to do a presentation for you all as well, to do a deep dive. Not in this session, and one coming up very soon for you. But feel free, once you get your folder, to call me or Brad, and we can walk you through it.
Thank you.
So Dr. Evans, if I might, I would like to give folks in the audience for questions and comments. Again, I want to say thank you, Dr. Miller, Ms. Terrell, Principal Schmidt. Oh, I'm sorry, Board Member Hurd, you had another one.
Yes, before we open up to the audience, I did want to mention, I'd love to hear the testimony that they presented, with the enterprise and things that, that help inspire them in their lives. But also, we have a large number of asylum seekers that's here in the city of Buffalo now. And one of my questions is, have they reached out to asylum seekers as far as, I know you have a couple of spaces that left open to help us with our goals of help educating those families and those new people that's in our country that's in desperate need of educational help, and also English language learners. It's been a difficult task for our district and other suburban districts also, a reflection to trying to keep them in the classroom, educate them. And I'm hearing outcries from our teachers who have these individuals in the classrooms that that may not even have a written language for spoken language for the language that they speak, or trying to catch up because of age differences. So what plan do you have for these asylum seekers, and how could you help us in those goals to sustain some of those families and try to educate?
That might be something we can provide when we do some of the, I think you had asked for some of the recruitment for staff. We can provide more detail on what we do for recruitment for students as well, and how we support them. Would that be helpful to add that to when we submit our reports back? Would that be good?
Because I believe that's...
Yeah, we'll certainly take those, Dr. Miller, and I'll make sure that the board gets them.
Okay, great. And we can work with Dr. Moss as well if it goes through her.
Okay.
So we're
only ask that because as an educational community, I just think that in partnership and working together, we need to, help out with those individuals also, and work together, as a group to make sure that we can help sustain the values that we trust in our people, our natural citizens here, and to those individuals also.
Thank you, Mr. Hurd. That was an excellent question. And I can say our friends over at Enterprise have been transparent with giving data, giving explanation. And so as soon as Brad and I have it, we will make sure that you have it. I do want to say thank you again, Dr. Miller, Ms. Terrell, and Principal Schmidt. This hearing is for the public. And so thank you for hanging in there, answering the questions. It's not necessarily for us and the board specifically, it's for the community to hear the things that you have done to improve, the things that you're still working on, and to really bolster this collaboration between this wonderful board via my staff and your wonderful staff. And so why don't we hear from audience members? Is that okay, Dr. Brown?
Yes, ma'am.
And they're ready. Thank you so much. I truly appreciate it.
And so we're going to limit these conversations to, based on time, 2-3 minutes at the most. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Fatima Hamza. I've been with Enterprise Charter School for about a year now, and I can truly say that Enterprise Charter makes me feel like I belong and that I can call it my village. Every time I walk through those doors, I feel like I'm making a difference and I have a purpose. I enjoy working with my ENL students. They bring me joy. We learn and go through challenges and we come out of it. And I truly love working there, and my students love being a part of Enterprise Charter family. And that is my village. And they have a sense of belonging, a sense of family. And it truly takes a village to do what we do, and we do it very well. And I am very much proud to be part of that family. Thank you for your time.
Hello, my name is Megan Boggs. I'm a 5th grade teacher at ECS. I've been there for about 8 months now, and I absolutely love how they welcomed me with open arms, and the admin team were very supportive of me when I got there. I hold my students to a rigorous curriculum, and their expectations are high, and it is shown throughout the school as well. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Barbara Williams. I am currently a 2nd grade teacher at Enterprise Charter School. I began my journey at Enterprise in 2003 as a student teacher, so I actually was a part of this process during our first renewal, and I am still here because I still believe in the same things that I said many years ago when I stood in this room and said that I believed in the school. I believe in our mission, which is engaging young minds in projects and partnerships. I think that when we do that, we do that well. I think that I love our school because we work with families, because we work with children, because we try to meet the needs of not only the child, but their family. We feed them, we clothe them if necessary, we help them look to the future, and we inspire them for high school and the journeys that they have in life. And my administration helps me with the tools that I need to be able to inspire children to truly be their best, so that when we run into them in the community, they remember the school, they remember what we did for them, and they know that they will always be a part of our family, as I know I will always be a part of the family. So, thank you.
Hello, my name is Julie Bridge, and I've been part of Enterprise since it was just an idea. We didn't even have a building yet. So I'm the art teacher, and I'm happy to say I've taught every student that's ever come through the building. And it's as well as some of their own children that I teach now. And it's been a wonderful opportunity. I could have chose to teach in a lot of different places, but I choose to stay here. It's my family. I've sent my own children to Enterprise Charter School as well. Both of my children attended. And it's truly a special kind of place. It's a community within a family. It's everybody knows each other, and the grandparents know us, and the aunts know us, and the uncles know us. And I just feel honored to be a part of that family, and I'm happy to be here today, and hope we have many, many more years. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Dr. Patricia Doyle. I'm Director of Math and Science at Enterprise Charter School, and I've been a part of Enterprise Charter School in some capacity since 2018. And I also echo everything the people before me have said. It is a family, it's a community. I walk down the halls every day. I say to the little kindergarten students, I'm so glad you're here today, and they just smile. And I go in upstairs to the 7th and 8th graders and, just talk with them about their day, about, what's going on. It's just I love working here. One thing that probably no one in this room knows, well, some people don't know about me, but it takes me an hour to get to work every day. Wow. And an hour back. And I live out in Orleans County, and I do this because I love my job. I'm not going anywhere else. When I get a contract, every year, I just sign it. I don't read it. I just say, Jordan, my boss looks at me and goes, so do you want to sign it? "No, don't you want to read it?" And I said, "No, I'm not going anywhere. It doesn't matter. I'm staying." You know, because with math and science, I feel like every child can learn it. And I am trying to debunk the myth of, "Oh, well, I'm never going to use that," or, "Oh, I was terrible at math." No, everybody can learn and use math and develop critical thinking and problem solving skills through those academics. And I am here to just keep pushing the good push for that for our students. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much for listening.
Hello, I'm Erin Catalano. I am the Dean of Special Education at Enterprise Charter School. I began my journey at Enterprise Charter School in August of 2010 as a student teacher, and I have never left. I am truly honored and humbled, and I'm going to cry, to be standing here today representing the place that I call home, and I will always call home. The family-like atmosphere, the community, any person in our building will do anything for any of those students, any of their families, and I think that message has been shown to our community and our families and our students. And I am looking forward to the next 5, 10, 15, 20 years, to the day that I retire from Enterprise Charter School. So I'm excited for the work that's ahead of us, and I can't thank our community enough for standing behind us today.
Hi, I'm Kevin Von Rempton. I'm a city resident, also an employee at Enterprise Charter School. I've been there since it opened, and I've moved up. I've grown with them. As the kids have grown, I've grown in the institution. We've been here many times, and sometimes they're difficult times, sometimes they're happy times, and I just want to say I'm proud to be here today because we brought data, we proved that we're educating children, we proved that our children are smart, and more importantly, our kids prove that they're smart, because they are. And I know we're calling this a hearing, and I just want to call it a celebration, because we're bringing good data to you. I think that you've been very parenting to us, and I think that helped, and thank you.
Those are all the speakers.
Oh, okay. You know, our president, I understand because we can't see, but President Belton Cotman is in the boardroom and want to make a comment.
Thank you. First of all, I appreciate your presentation. My apologies for being late. I will stand up so the board can see me as well. My apologies for being late. Life gets in the way of living, and I have some priorities that are a little bit more pressing on me right now. But I want to thank you for your presentation. I have an affinity to Enterprise. Whenever I've gone over there, they've always treated me very well and very nice. And we just need to recapture what actually happened with all of this, is that the commissioner basically told us that you have 2 schools that you're not monitoring, so don't come down here complaining about other charter schools until you fix your Buffalo charter schools. That's the abbreviated version. Now, you know it was done politically correct, okay? And so we're pleased today that we can return that. What I do encourage you to do as I look at your data is to compare like for like schools in our district. You know, it's one thing to say you're going to compare all 60-something buildings. There's a whole nother thing to say that we're going to start looking at the constituents and a group of students that are very similar to us, that have 400 students inside their schools, and start looking at that, because that will help you also elevate your numbers and understand that it's okay to compare to the entire school district, because that's what the requirements were. But it's not good enough, because we have to always continue to raise the bar and move forward. So I'll be looking forward to that. I'm also encouraged that Dr. Connie Moss, who was the advisor for us, took the responsibility and has helped us move this to the next level. She is in her own area of expertise, she is probably top notch. I'm glad to see that we're working together in a more fluent and and no longer parental way. Okay, the parent was in Albany, trust me. Okay, that was the lesson. That was a lesson. But I encourage you to continue to do what you're doing. You're off to a great start. And I just wanted to share with you that the model that the board ultimately used was the same model that the state used for us when we had to do what we had to do. So I'm encouraged. If you invite me, I will come. And I thank each and every one of you for the work that you're doing for the children of our district. We are in this together. Thank you.
President Cotman and Dr. Brown, if I might, just in closing, I just want to remind Dr. Miller of the items. She can send those to Brad Behringer, the wonderful director in OSA who's been helping collect all of the documents for this wonderful hearing, or as Mr. Kevin said, celebration of this wonderful work on behalf of our community. And just to let both of you know that as of 3:55, we do not have any comments or questions from anyone from the live stream chat. And so this ends OSA's help in facilitating this meeting.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Admir, you can stay live. We're going to start Westminster in a minute, so you can put the Westminster PowerPoint up. Admir, you can go live, and Dr. Evans-Brown, you can go ahead and gavel us into order. Thank you.
Okay, are we live, Amir?
We are.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown. I'm the Vice President of Executive Affairs and the East District School Board Representative. Welcome everyone to the Westminster Renewal Hearings. Dr. Ebony Prophet Bullock will facilitate this meeting. Dr. Bullock?
Good afternoon, and thank you, Dr. Kathy Evans-Brown, and welcome to my esteemed and honorable board members. Welcome to our friends from Westminster Community Charter. We are excited and delighted to hear any and all good news you have in terms of your renewal on this evening. Just a bit of house cleaning. We have some of our board members in person at 8:01. You also have my staff there, the soon-to-be and wonderful Dr. Laura Samolsky-Peters. She is my assistant superintendent, and my wonderful director, Mr. Bradley Behringer, who you've been in contact with. He's there taking notes. So we're delighted to hear from you all. We start off with about a 15-20-minute presentation from you, and then we'll move into some questions and comments from the BPS board. And if you have community members, we will open up the floor for comments and questions. I will, somewhere towards the end of this process, I will let us all know if we have any comments from those who are logging on virtually. Does that sound like a good plan for everybody? Yes, and so I'll push it off to our friends from Westminster Community Charter, so they can get together, they can do their introductions and start their presentation.
Okay, so I'm Teresa Gerchman. I am the proud principal of Westminster Community Charter School. I joined the school in January of 2022, and I'm very happy with that choice. I'm very happy that I'm there and get to be a part of this wonderful school. We wanted to start off with just a couple teachers and one of our parents to share a little bit just before we go into our presentation. So Shayna Clifford is our middle school science teacher.
Hi, everyone. My name is Shayna Clifford. I've been at Westminster now teaching for the last 6 years, the sixth one. However, I actually started with the YMCA in 2008. And so they had a summer program then, and I came up. I didn't know what I wanted to do. I was in school for chemistry, and I got a job doing the counseling over the summer. And I immediately went back that year and changed to being a teacher. So Westminster is definitely home, the reason for my teaching experience, my favorite school, and love my students. And I'm just really grateful for Westminster.
Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Brittany Barnes. I joined Westminster in 2009. So as a person who's been in the Westminster community for 14 years now, I've really witnessed it transform into more than just a school, more than just an educational institution. It's really become more of a second home for many of our students. And as someone who teaches middle school, I've seen that particularly in our older students who are headed off to high school. Westminster has really just become the foundation, has really set the foundation for their academic success, even their personal growth. One thing that I particularly appreciate about Westminster is the variety of programs and resources that not only benefit our students, but also are extended to the entire families as well. And I think for many of our students, that has made all the difference between them, say, shifting their focus to the distractions in the world to now focusing on the pursuit of education. I also do want to just acknowledge our areas for growth and even setbacks. And while those definitely ebb and flow, one thing that I take pride in is our unwavering commitment of our staff, those who are standing next to me in the audience, those who are on Zoom or couldn't make it, and their ability to, reflect on those challenges and then set a course of action so that we can improve and grow. That to me is what sets Westminster apart, and it gives me the confidence that we have the ability to create even better learning environments as we continue on.
Now I have a parent and her son who is actually a Buffalo Promise scholar.
Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Janita Carrasco. I am the mother of Lorick Livingston. He's a scholar from Buffalo Promise. He's actually a senior this year. He's graduating from St. Joe's with first honors, and I just had to brag about it for everybody. And well, in my opinion, as a parent, from the parent perspective, I believe that Westminster has been one of the best things that happened to my family. Not only my son now that is a senior, I have one that is a sophomore at Sacred Heart, also a scholar, but I have two older kids that are, one graduated Alfred University. He's an electrical engineer. He was also a scholar from Westminster. So I've been part of Westminster for quite a few years, and this is going back to when Dr. Regan was there. Westminster has always had open doors for me and as a parent, and I love the atmosphere so much that I became part of the team in 2021, I'm sorry. I love the staff so much that I wanted to be part of that team. And still having the great communication with the parents and knowing that we have, so many resources for not only the students, like Ms. Barnes said, but also for the parents, and I am part of it. I am actually a product of a lot of different resources that they were able to give me to, empower myself and better myself in order for me to be able to help my kids the right way. So I just wanted to say that Westminster is not just a school or community school, it's a big family, and that's what it means to me.
So as you know, my name is Lorick Livingston. I'm a scholar from Westminster Community Charter School, and many of my siblings went there as well because of just how good of a school it was. And because of me being a scholar there, I was able to get a scholarship to go to St. Joseph's Collegiate Institute on Kenmore. I've been playing football there for 4 years. I got first honors every single quarter for all 4 years I've been there. I've already been admitted and accepted to several colleges, including Alfred University, Alfred State, and Ohio State as well. And I'm majoring in electrical engineering and just hoping that this community and this middle school can help many other kids just like myself to get a scholar, get good grades, and never limit themselves, because the sky is never the limit as well. And you can do many academic things, many programs here that will help you succeed in life just as I wish to.
Thank you guys very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. I will now move on to the PowerPoint presentation that I believe you guys have copies of, correct?
We do, yes.
Okay, all right. So this is our public hearing for our charter renewal.
And when you're ready, you move this, just say next slide.
Next slide, sorry, next slide. This is just the table of contents that we have and showing off some of our fun things that go on in the school with fun pictures. Next slide. Here you see, over this past summer, we, as part of our charter renewal, we actually looked at our original mission statement and decided to update it to make it more reflective of the community that we are now and what we want, the school we want to be now. We worked with parents, we worked with staff, we had teachers, we had board members, and community partners all there sitting at the table to come up with our new vision and mission. Still very much about being a community school, but changing it to the fact that we're proudly providing rigorous and holistic teaching approaches, cultivating a safe and caring environment so that our students can meet their full potential. We realize that not all students are going to go to a four-year college, but if we've awakened a passion in them, being able to help them pursue whatever it is they need, so they have the skills to be prepared to go wherever they want to go, that's one of the biggest things we said, that we needed to be broader thinking in terms of supporting all their needs. So that was a lot of work on that mission statement, but it was a very collaborative effort with all the people involved in the school. Next. Westminster is a flagship Buffalo Promise school, so we are proud to be part of the Buffalo Promise neighborhood. The initial grant that was received in 2004 really did a lot to establish some of the work we've done at the school and how we've engaged with the community. As you can see from the map, the majority of our students come from that surrounding neighborhood. So yes, we are a community school, but we serve the kids within our neighborhood, which sometimes can be limiting because if we're only pulling from that area, we're not going to get necessarily some of the diversity that you would see in other places. But as that neighborhood ebbs and flows, like all neighborhoods do, the diversity within the school building has changed. And we are a true community school, not just a name, but we really are making sure that we are not only looking at those rigorous academics, but we're also making sure we have those extended learning opportunities that include extensive partnerships, field trips, after-school events, Super Saturday events, as well as the supports for our families. So beside the Kaleida Clinic, we have the whole 2Gen system, which will, if we have a family that's struggling, needs help with housing or with finances, we have someone who can support them in that way too. So it's really a three-pronged approach, which makes us a true community school. Next. So we really wanted to put down some of those things that make us unique, what makes us different from some of the other community schools, because I know Buffalo has community schools as well, but what makes ours a little different is we do have a chef who cooks scratch meals that are culturally diverse. So it's not always just, spaghetti and meatballs, but they're cooking fresh fruits and vegetables. We are part of the fresh fruits and vegetable program, so we're bringing that to the school. And our kids are tasting fruits. They all tasted kiwi a couple weeks ago. We found out quite a few of them were allergic. So they had itchy mouths, but that was something that a lot of our kids had never tried before. So that was an interesting, that's the kind of thing they're trying to do, get them to try different things. We have a full standing Kaleida Clinic within our school. That means that we have access to additional mental health support for our students. They are now added on mental health screenings. They can give vaccines to our students. So at this point this year, some of the doctor's offices were running low on MMR. We were able to give that to our kids, so we did not have to exclude any students when it came to vaccine time. We have community events. Where every one of our community events, we bring in other community partners. So one of our community events is we have the Good for the Neighborhood, which is actually run by Independent Health, where they come in and they have all sorts of services. They'll check blood pressure and all of those other things for our families. We have on-site mentoring for our students. So we are working with Breaking Barriers. So Breaking Barriers is in working with our 7th and 8th grade boys. We got one of them to actually coach our 7th and 8th grade boys basketball team. So really he's already saying this is a great place. I want to be here more. We're bringing in some other programs for some of the other grade levels. And we have 2 success mentors that are there every day to support our students who are really helping us with our chronic absenteeism. I went to a conference for community schools and got to meet a lot of other people, and that was one of the things that they really helped us show what they did to successfully bring down some of the chronic absenteeism, because that is definitely an area of concern, I think, for everybody across the board. We have an after-school program at the 21st Century Grant, but we're partnered with the YWCA, so our students have so they can stay at school longer, so parents don't have to worry about daycare. But it's nice because it's a 21st Century program, which means that they get a hot meal, they get some academic as well as enrichment. So it's not just babysitting. We have a small staff to student ratio, and we have that Buffalo Promise two generation program, which is really the one that helps with our families in need of additional support. We have some great community partners. Probably our best community partner is M&T Bank. They started supporting the school with both financial and other resources in 1994. So when I say other resources, we have M&T volunteers at almost all of our events. They're the people in the green shirts. They really do a lot to support, from tutoring. Last year they were tutoring some of our first and second graders in math. So they've got that opportunity, reading to the kids. They were handing out turkeys. There's just a lot of things they do for us. And then Clyde, as I said, that's a great partnership that gives so much to our kids, and it saves our families so much in terms of even trying to make appointments and everything else, because they can get the health care they need right in the building. And one of our fun partnerships we have is that Buffalo Bills partnership. So when they make it to the playoffs, they're doing their Believe tour on the big bus, they always come to the school. So the kids get to see that kind of fun partnership too. You heard we have a couple of, Jan has a couple of sons who are going that electrical engineering route. We actually have a very good partnership with the University of Buffalo in their STEM program, where they come into our schools every week and they go to every classroom every month and do a project with the kids that's more of an engineering type project. And then later in the year, they take all of our kids to the UB campus, and they give, not only do they give them lunch and and pay for the bus for us, they actually show them into their science and their engineering lab. So the kids really get to experience a lot of fun things. And it's not the same thing for every grade level. So they really get some rich experiences there. Next. We did engage with schoolwork starting in May of 2022. Which aligns with the letter of the charter renewal. They are an outside education consultant who has years of experience working with, coming into schools, doing school quality reviews where they do focus groups of all the teachers, all parents, students, all of those pieces. They also visit as many classrooms as they possibly can. And they use a rubric that's aligned to, is it rigorous? Is it aligned to the standards? Are the kids engaged? Who's doing the work? Are they asking higher order thinking questions? So those things you want to see in your classrooms. They did a school quality review in May of 2020. They came back again and did one this fall. And in the meantime, they then worked with us to develop action plans so we can make improvements based on what they saw. And they helped us focus in on what are those highest rewards, because you can't fix everything at once. But that's been a really good partnership, and they continue to work with the leadership team throughout the year. So it's not like they just come and then they're gone. They actually come and we continue working with them. As a matter of fact, we met with our coach on Monday. He was in town doing some other visits, and because he lives in Texas, so it was nice that we got to meet with him in person. Next.
Hello, please make sure you're muted. I think Diamond, I think you're...
My finger's hot.
There you go. Thank you.
So this is our enrollment slide. As you can see, our enrollment has gone down significantly since 2021. That was the year where the non-renewal caused a lot of our families. We really weren't sure if the school was going to be open, so families did find other homes. The majority of them did go to other charter schools. So that has been something that's weighing on us, and we did help and support them for picking those schools, because we were worried, so we were not trying to keep them there with any false hope or any false promises. But that has been something we are working to come up with a plan, a very stable plan for recruitment. What we did this year didn't have any better effect than the year before, but we know normally the CAO, which is right there, has a 4-year program. Last year they didn't have anyone to staff it, so they never opened it, and that's normally our feeder. So we lost a lot of our kindergartners that way. But we are working to come up with a very strategic plan and a marketing plan, and we're working with some outside people to help us with that. Next. And these are just some of the things we did do this year. I mean, we were out at a lot of different events. I went to neighborhood churches and spoke and set up tables there to talk to people that were interested. Our assistant principal who works with K2 went to local daycares and read to the children to start forming those partnerships and those relationships. And we revamped our whole website because we had it just was not that user friendly or that attractive. So we did all of that as well, trying to get it more easy for people to get the information they wanted. Next. We utilized iReady since January of 2022. We took our first diagnostic, and last year we took all 3 diagnostics. As you can see, we're showing you the growth that we had. This is reading, we're showing you what it looked like in winter, and then what it looked like in spring at the end of the year. Next. And this slide shows you for math, that same December and then January. And the chart down at the bottom it's very hard to see, but that's really telling you the number of students, how close they were to meeting their growth target. So you can see it was about 74% of the students met their growth target. Next. We did break down by the different demographic groups we have, so you can see how they did. So if you look at this, you can see that each one of these set of 3 bars is a different group. The first line of each bar is annual typical growth, and then we have annual typical growth % met. So in other words, how many kids actually met their growth. And then the last one is the annual stretch growth and how many of the kids met that. So you can see there's not a lot of difference between our different subgroups, but we do have that 2 or more years at the school. You can see that they were slightly higher in reading, not so much in math. Next. And this is just showing where we fell on the academic measures with iReady, according to what Curriculum Associates reported. Next. So this is a whole lot of little charts that are just showing you the where we are with the percent of economically disadvantaged. We're at 93%. In 21-22, we were at 98%. So that could have been coming out of the pandemic. Not everyone had found jobs again, but we are still at 93%. You can see the students with disability were going up, not as fast as we would like to. We know we're still significantly below the Buffalo Public School District, but once again, with no transportation, the kids that are coming are the ones that are closest to us. So if they don't have those IEPs, we're not able to get them. English language learners, we have gone up significantly with our English language learners, and we believe one of that is when I said the neighborhood fluctuates. We now have a much larger Bangladesh population in our surrounding neighborhood, and a lot of those families are bringing their kids to our school. Thanks to one of our, she's waiting. But we have, and then you can see the breakdown for this year. We are 68% Black, 21% Asian, 6% Hispanic, 4% multicultural, and less than 1% white. Average daily attendance has been pretty steady over the last 2 years, nothing like it used to be pre-pandemic. So that is one of the things, that is one of our focus areas for the year. We're using our success mentors we have students that they talk to daily to check in with them. You know, we tried to change it so it's a much more supportive environment. Even so we don't give tardy passes, we give them we're glad you're here passes so that they feel welcome and wanted in there, and we make those connections to the parents to say, how can we support you? And then last, the percentage of students suspended. After the pandemic, that first year back, we were at 24%. Last year, we were at 17%, and we're hoping to move that down again significantly this year as the kids get back to being in the buildings.
Principal G, if I may interrupt, just a friendly time check for you. It is 4:25. While I do not want you to rush through your presentation, would you please be mindful that we want to make sure that the BPS board, and if there's anyone else in your audience that has a comment or a question, and we do have a few virtual comments, we would like to get that by 5 o'clock.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. I really do. And then, so we are using restorative practices and working with Erie County Coalition for Restorative Justice to help us do better with that. Next slide, please. The next slide shows student retention and transfers. And as you can see on this slide, we broke it down to where our students are going. The majority of our students who are leaving are going to other charter schools. We have some that are going back to BPS, and we also put another little line in, which are those criteria BPS schools, in terms of like ones that they have to test in or audition to get into. So we do lose some students to like performing arts, Olmsted, and City Honors. And this does not include any of our 8th graders. This is just our K-7 kids or 8th graders who left mid-year. Next. So this is showing you our teachers and our staff in terms of retention, how many have remained year to year, and as you can see, we've been going up in the right direction with our teachers. Our other staff went down slightly last year, but that also, some of those were not necessarily people leaving to go somewhere else. We decreased our admin team, and that other staff, that's part of that, was 2 people that we lost from that admin team. And then you can see the breakdown of what our staff look like. It is not as diverse as we want it to be. We wished it was more. We are working on a recruitment strategy to increase that. We've added a new board member who actually works at Buffalo State as the Associate Dean of the School of Exceptional Children. And so she really is helping us with we're going to go onto the campus and meet the students, because we do know that that college is the one in our region that has the highest percentage of candidates, of diverse candidates. So we are trying to work with them, but we will be making visits to other colleges as well. Next. So this is our balance sheet. As you can see, we have a net assets of $7.5 million. We do not have any debt. We have a liquidity ratio of 4.5. We have cash reserves of about $9 million, which includes that $3.8 million reserved for post-employment. We have all of the same teacher unions and other staff unions that Buffalo Public has. So we do have to make sure that we are keeping that money for retirement for those benefits that go on after they leave us. And then we have another we have $9.7 million in capital improvements we would love to do in the building. It is an old building, and there are things like the bathrooms need to be really looked at. Our boiler's over 50 years old, so it could go at any time, so making sure we're prepared for that. We are always looking at grant funding as opposed to just relying on tuition or other things, so that is something we do actively do at all times. And then there are just a couple of things in the appendix, but that's my presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Principal G. And Principal G, can you say your last name one more time for us? I did not catch it.
It is Gerchman. It is as it spells, shockingly. It's Gerchman, Gerchman.
Gerchman. Okay, thank you so much, Principal Gerchman. I would like VP Dr. Evans Brown, if I may, would you like me to begin with the virtual comments, or should I kick it off to you and the board?
Yeah, virtual is fine.
Okay, so we have 3 comments. One, as a 6th grade ELA teacher at Westminster Community Charter School, I can proudly say we are working hard to achieve great things for our students, not only academically, but socially and emotionally as well. We are a strong community that provided a nourishing environment for our students and their families. As the West Community Charter School Technology Coordinator / teacher, I am a proud staff member of WCCS and value our commitment to students and families. We offer a variety of opportunities for students to learn more about themselves by trying different clubs. And then next, as a first grade teacher, when arriving to the school in mid-year in 2022, I was welcomed with open arms. Wherever I turn, there is someone happy to help any staff member or student who needs it. WCCS's commitment to the students, family, and staff is undeniable. We are a family as a staff and as a school. And that concludes the virtual comments thus far.
Okay, very nice and warmy and fuzzy, as President Hopman says. So we have board members visible here on this panel. Board member Jen Mikowski. We have board member Terrence Hurd. Board member Dr. Ann Rivera has joined us, and board member Paulette Woods, and of course our infamous president is in the audience. President Belton Hopman is in the boardroom. So guys, the door is open for you.
She said famous.
Okay.
Anybody? If not, it's okay. So Principal Gershman, when people don't hold their hands up right away, that means you did a good job. So board member Hurd.
Thank you again for your presentation, and thank you for being honest about the work that you guys have to do and the areas you need to catch up in. That's most important as we work together to try to achieve our goals of educating our children, and also your reserves that you have. You said you had $9 million in reserves that can go towards education and go towards help, filling that gap you have with the loss of children in the program. So do you have a waiting list at this time, or do you have a number of students that's looking to come into the Westminster Charter program, or families?
Unfortunately, we only have fourth grader who's on our waiting list, and our fourth grade is full. All of our other grade levels do not. And right now, if we have students who apply, we take them right in. We had a new kindergartner who started on Monday. So we will, if a child applies at this point, we will take them in. We just had a family of 3 who were displaced coming. Both of these families came from out of state, and we took those. And so anyone who applies, we will take as long as they're not in fourth grade.
Okay. I have a huge concern about our asylum seekers, and you said you have a very large Bangladesh community population there. How many do you have, at the school presently, or how many can you give me them?
We have 62 students who are that are ENL. 10 of those are commanding, so they no longer show up in our count, but they're still in the school. So that's slightly higher than the 13% you see, but we have 62, and not all of those are Bangladesh. We do have some Spanish speaking as well.
So Bangladesh and Bangladesh. Is there any other groups that you have there, or any other?
We have a single student who's from Portugal who speaks Portuguese.
Portugal. Okay, and how are you handling that through your ELO department? You have a number of people to reach out to?
We have 2 full-time ENL teachers who have split like K3 and 4-8 to work with the students. They have a schedule where they're both pushing in and pulling out the students. In grade 3, there are quite a number of the ENL students, so we have them split between the 2 grades, so they're still hearing a lot of English. And we try that. We have hired quite a few Bengali aides, and then we put them in the classrooms that have a lot of the students because they can help with that as well, with that language acquisition.
Okay, that'll be very helpful as we all try to achieve our goals in educating all our families, even the new families to this community, and the ones that's under a lot of stresses, trying to help and understand English, and not only to them, to their families, also to the parents. We have to find a way to reach out to those individuals so that the whole family can be educated in English language, and hopefully, make a good life here in this country. Last thing is that I really love to hear the testimony of our stakeholders, I know a lot of people that you that spoke right now has been employed by the school, but do you have any testimony about stakeholders that's coming in?
I actually do. I have one of my members of my parent advisory committee is here, and she has not only her statement, but she has 2 other statements from members who are not able to be here at this time. And I know I'm not calling anyone out, but I see another one of them on the TV screen who's also here.
Okay, we will hear from them.
Thank you, Principal Gretchen.
Thank you. We will hear from
Anne Revere's hand was up.
Parents. Dr. Anne Revere.
Thank you very much. Thank you for your presentation as well as the detailed information you shared. I just have a few questions about the current enrollment of special education and ELL students. You gave us some good information about the uptake, and I understand what you're saying about being a community school as well. I'm curious to hear about some changes that you may or may not have made about the increase or the expansion in the continuum of services, what that dedicated outreach might look like, any creation of self-contained programs.
So we, in previous years, there were self-contained programs in the school. That was prior to me coming, but as those students aged out, we did not have new students with that. We did go to a full ICT model, so we do have a full co-taught classroom at each level. So we do frequently have students who might come in with an IEP that says 1211, and we are accommodating them in that ICT. So that is not something we've looked at, but it's definitely something we could pursue for the future if we could get more students there. Unfortunately, we're not even getting the applications for those students. So maybe if we could offer that and share it, that might help. That might be one of the things we come up with in our recruitment strategies.
I think that's a big piece of dedicated outreach, as you're saying, is that, you know, parents need to know that it's even an option. And so I'm glad to hear that you're considering it. The other question I have is kind of related, which is, what steps are you taking to realize your new mission and vision, particularly for extending that choice for more students with a wider range of abilities?
So like this year, we added electives in for our 7th and 8th graders with a wide range of things. So it's like we have someone who's teaching yoga, we have a fitness class. So some of those things that we really, which is part of their regular school day. Besides, we have chorus and band. We have a lot of those individualized things. But we also have the clubs that we have after school. The students get to choose what clubs are offering. So we actually did a survey of all the students of what they might want to learn more about. And those rotate. We have them for, we have a fall, a winter, and a spring club, so students can experience different things to start trying to find those passions. So we can start trying to help them with that. And then our 8th grade guidance counselor does a lot of work starting in 6th grade, going in doing lessons with kids about, you know, possible careers. And if you want to do that, what you need to do in high school and what you need to do in college. So those conversations start much earlier. So when they're going to look at their 8th grade and pick those high schools, they're picking ones that are aligned to their long-term goals.
And those are accessible to all students throughout the building?
Yes. Yeah, she does that with all of our students in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade.
And finally, and this is my last question, is about the weighted lottery. So there was a suggestion, or it's a part of the agreement, about creating a weighted lottery in order to accept and really support more students. How is that going?
So it was good. Unfortunately, we didn't have enough kids on our list to necessarily even fill our seats. But it did impact the 4th grade, like I said, with our waiting list, where we did have students who were ENL that we were able to bring in the whole family, including a 4th grader, because that kid got bumped up higher onto that wait list because of that.
Okay. And the students, I neglected to ask this earlier, I apologize. When you provide ENL services, what kind of services are we talking about? What kind of continuum of service is that?
They have both push-in and pull-out services based on where they score on the NICETEL test in terms of whether they are emerging or entering. Every student gets at least the minimum of the 180 minutes a week, but some of them get 180 of both push-in and 180 of pull-out. Those groups are very small of our pull-outs. We try to keep them under 4 students so they can really get that detailed attention they need, and that's really purely on that language acquisition piece. Our ENL teachers are working closely with getting training, so they're more up to date on some of those things. And so we've paid for them to be working with some of the people at BoCES who can give them some of that new training.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. I don't see any more hands, at least from the board on this panel. President Belton Cotman, you have a comment, I'm sure.
I was gonna wait until after the speakers.
Oh, okay, so, Dr. Bullock?
There are some others.
Principal, I'm sorry. So, Principal Gertman, can you bring your speakers up?
Yes. Can I, for those of you who are still planning on speaking, if you could please get in the line here. Ms. Johnson, could you come up first, please, for me? This is my parent. Or grandparent, but she's...
Just a friendly reminder, President Cotman reminded of this last session. If our speakers could kindly limit their comments to about 1.5 to 2 minutes, so we can get in as many as possible, and as well as having President Cotman close us out. Thank you.
And then if there's anyone else who wants to speak. Okay.
Hello, everyone. You come up. Okay. Hello. Hi, how everyone doing? My name is Ms. Phyllis Johnson. I'm on a parent advisory council. I have 5 children. 3 of my children have attended Westminster Community Charter School. They're now grown, my oldest being 35 years old. He works for the city of Buffalo as a captain in the fire department. And the other ones work for Tesla, and I have a daughter that's in the nursing field. I am a proud parent, again, as I say. I'm a proud grandmother too as well. Right now I have a grandson that's in the school. He's been there, well, he's 7 years old right now. And Westminster Community Charter School has provided a safe haven and safe home for him, because he's been through a lot of trauma. So that right there, I say that I love being a part of the school. I love being on the parent advisory committee. I'm also a part of the after-school program, which I work for the YWCA too, as well as a site coordinator. I love what Ms. Gertman has implemented into the school, which brings and bridges the families together. She does a lot of community activities, a lot of family activities, and she just does a lot of just so much I can't even name. She does a lot for the school. And she brought a farmer's market, which we need in the community. I also lived in the community too, as well as myself. I've been in the community for over 25 years. And I like that she brought in the Feed More farmer's market truck, which brings healthy vegetables and fruits and stuff to the community. So I do love that. Like I said, everyone's well. Everybody's doing good. The school is well, and we're looking for the renewal of the school. And I love being a part of the school and the community too as well. Anything I can do to help. I'm always trying to recruit parents. To get on the staff, trying to recruit to get on the parent advisory council, and trying to get them to get their kids to come and just check out the school and see if the school is all about what it's worth. And we're just looking forward for the renewal in the community, because the community needs to have this school where it is in their community. It's one of the best schools, as I would say, in the community. Also, I would like to read some of the other parents that's also on the Parent Advisory Council. They would like for you guys to know, and her name is Amber Farnsworth. She said, I am a proud parent of 3 children that currently attends Westminster Community Charter School. She has a child in 5th, 6th, and 7th grades. She's been at Westminster Community Charter School for 8 years. The school is a vital part of the community on the east side of Buffalo. There are so many opportunities for the children in our community. Westminster has so many community outreach opportunities that invite the community to come for resources such as the health fairs, Feed More farmers market truck, as well as community events for community members to take part in. In the 8 years that her children have attended Westminster Community Charter School, they have excelled each year. The faculty and staff at Westminster Community Charter School have become part of the family, and she said she knows that the staff genuinely care about the children. Through Westminster Community Charter School, her children have become involved in musical arts, such as instrumental lessons, school choir, and school music. They have opportunities to take part in athletics, such as basketball and soccer, as well as fitness. Westminster Community Charter School has also brought in mentoring programs that her children have taken part in both after school and on the weekends. Through Westminster Community Charter School, they also have become involved in Buffalo Prep Academy with all 3 of the children, and they will be enrolled in coming this summer. She also believes that Westminster Community Charter School is a major asset to the community, and without it, many children would not be able to attend the school in their own neighborhood. Children would be forced to attend different schools, and sometimes separating the siblings, that just would not be good. Westminster should be allowed to remain open as a charter school for these and many more reasons. Please take into consideration that these children need the schools to continue to thrive in the community without many school options. And just real quick, there's another parent, Jermaine Phipps. She said, greetings to everyone. And she's a long-term parent and a grandparent of Westminster Community Charter School. The school has been brought back to life thanks to Ms. Gertman. And in the past, we were thriving as a school. Then Dr. Reagan had left. And they had multiple principals after that. Not one could fill her shoes. Not until Ms. Gertman came. She not only is filling those shoes, she is walking the catwalk. Ms. Gertman has parent meetings every other week. We never had that before. Ms. Gertman wants to know her students and families. She has a relationship with us. That right there speaks volumes to itself. She has big plans for her school and students. Ms. Gertman has so many events that we love her for that. I believe Ms. Gertman can take out of school is to the next level. I really hope that our school gets the charter renewal, that we need to stay open. I am confident by getting our renewal, Westminster Community Charter School will shine bright. We have an exceptional leader in Ms. Gertman. The parents and students love our school, and we are looking forward to getting approved for our school's renewal. And I can truly say Ms. Gertman has implemented and brought in a lot of things that we didn't have before. Like I said, my children are like in their 30s. So there's a lot of things they just did not have. And I could not get all my kids in the school like Ms. Gertman's offering. And I do like that she do have a Bengali community, and she did bring in teachers, and she do have teacher assistants too to assist with that. And we're just looking forward to that renewal. And thank you guys very much.
If I may, friends, just a reminder, we have 10 minutes before this meeting is over, and President Cotman does have comments. So again, if we can have this last comment respectfully to about 1.5 to 2 minutes. Thank you.
What more my name is Tarinda Brown. What more can I say than what has already been said? I'd like to especially thank M&T Bank, because without them and their support through all the years, Westminster would not even be what it is. I've been with Westminster 23 years. And so I have 6 children. All 6 of my children has graduated from there, and some. I have a child that's a teacher now because of Westminster. So Westminster is a great school. I would like to see it continue to thrive, and we look forward for that renewal. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. Thank you, Ms. Brown, for your continued support throughout the years and advocacy on Westminster. President Cotman, if I might, Principal Gershman, if you could please submit copies of those written testimonies to Brad. You can either give him the hard copy or send him copies of them so we can submit that with the report. This whole board and you will also get a copy of everything that we send off to the CSO. And so with that being said, I'm going to hand it over to President Cotman for closeout.
Thank you, Principal. I can feel in your presentation that you love what you're doing.
I do.
And I can feel that you're the right person for this job. I can feel that. I want to thank you. I want to thank the Westminster community for coming out tonight. One of the things that we were charged with by the state, we were required to improve the 2 charter schools that we as a district and board had sponsored. And so I'm glad to see that we're well on the path for that. I do believe that we are kindred spirits because the same things that we struggle with on the public side, you guys are struggling with on the charter side. And as a result of that, I really want us to start collaborating more about how, as an educational community, we can do things together. And because collectively, this is what it's about. It's not about charter, it's not about public, it's about making sure that our children achieve to the highest level that they can. I always say that the universe should meet our children's horizons, and that nothing short of that is acceptable. And so I look forward to us having a more meaningful relationship in the future. And now I can go back and tell the commissioner a thing or two. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much, President Patman. Vice President Dr. Kathy Evans Brown, we did get one more virtual comment. It says, as a 6th grade special education teacher, a new teacher as of January 2023, well, welcome and happy almost anniversary. I found a team and community who values being an inclusive and co-teaching environment in culture and abilities and in minds. The students and staff have shown me how strong a community can be by learning from all of our similarities and differences, no matter how big or how small. So Dr. Evans Brown, this ends OSA's job in helping you facilitate this meeting. It was a pleasure and an honor.
Thank you. Likewise. Thank you, everyone.
Finance Chair Woods, we're going to start in about 3 minutes. Thank you.
Everybody.
Jim, you're looking cool, calm, and collective.
Can you hear me, Jim?
Madam Chair, you can go ahead and gavel us into session. And this evening, once you're done doing that, you can go right to Mr. Barnes, turn it over to him. Thank you.
Good evening. Welcome to the Finance and Operations Committee meeting. I'm Paulette Woods. I'm the chair of the Finance and Operations Committee and the Central District Board of Education member. It's budget time, and passing a balanced, equitable budget is one of the major responsibilities of the Board of Education. And today we have a presentation from our CFO and his staff, Jim Barnes, on our revenues for this year, last year, and anticipated what we'll have to work with in 24, 25. Mr. Barnes, I'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Woods. It was a pleasure talking with you earlier. All right, so today, as we do every year, I'm presenting the 23-24 state aid revenues. We had a budget that you approved with our state aid revenues in it, but that was just an estimate. By September 30th of each year, we report to the state, submit to the state, a document that's about this thick with all kinds of enrollment, attendance, expenditure data. That is then calculated by the state, and they produce the actual state aid revenues that every district in the state will receive on November 15th or thereabouts. So end of November is a huge date for the finance department and the district. We always think we do good budget estimates, but you don't know what you're actually going to get until this, what they call state aid runs come out in November. So I'm here to report the November state aid runs and what the state is telling us we will get in the current year. Next slide, Edna. Is there even a slide up there?
So board members, we're waiting for Admir to load up that PowerPoint, and it looks like here it comes. Okay, there you go.
Okay, so again, a big day at the end of November. We get our actual revenue calculations from the state. I'm going to show you these actual revenues versus budget, the actual revenues versus the prior year, just to be thorough. And then they do give us a peek ahead at what we can expect in 25-26. So this first slide compares the state aid runs versus our 23-24 budget. In blue are the state aid numbers, and the first column in green is the variance from our budget, which is the white column. It's all good news on this front. Our foundation aid came in at $688 million. That is almost right on our budget. 577,000, you see less than budget, but that's less than 0.1%. It's an excellent result. Then I'll go right down to the bottom. Our total state aid came in at $913 million versus a budget of $918 million. That is $5.8 million short, or 0.63%. But I'd like to point out the two areas where the actual state aid run came in less than budget. Fourth line down, something called private high cost. We received back from the state 80% of the prior year tuitions we paid to approximately 13 agencies for some children with the highest needs. So that came in $2.9 million less than our budget. However, that's an expenditure-based aid. That $2.9 million less in revenues is typically then, it's an indicator that you will spend less in the current year. We are sending less kids to the agencies. So that $2.9 million shortfall in revenue will most likely be offset by a $2.9 million lower than budget expenditure item for student tuitions. Transportation aid also is an expenditure-based aid. We received back about 90% of all prior year transportation expenditures. In this year's budget, we put $51 million in there. The aid came in at 46.7, so a 4.7 shortfall. Again, transportation aid, because it's based on prior year expenditures, and when there's a large fluctuation in your transportation expenditures, as there has been over the past few years, with COVID, it went greatly down. And then the budget this year included additional expenditures for the 3 bell times, the parent reimbursement program, and other things. So the revenues are showing $4.7 million less. Again, it's expenditure based. I would expect that the transportation expenditures this year come in $2 or $3 million less than budget. So they almost offset one another. Overall, if you look at our foundation aid revenues and our total state aid, what this tells me, this assures us of another sound financial year in 23-24, barring any large unbudgeted expenditures that blow up the budget. But this is very encouraging and almost ensures us another good 23-24 year.
Board members, could I ask you to make sure you're muted? We're hearing some background noise. Please make sure you're all muted. Thank you.
Admir, next slide. I'll never get used to these virtual meetings, ever. Okay, this next slide, just to be thorough, I want to show you what we're getting in this current year. Again, the column in blue versus our actual revenues from the prior year. As we all know from this year's budget process, it was a historic year for state aid. And this, with the actual aid runs, this just proves it out. Our foundation aid is up $68.6 million, or 11% from the prior year. And our total aid is up 63.8, or 7.5%. Foundation aid, that huge increase, that's historic and one time. You know, I doubt we'll see that again. That was the result of the third year of the 3-year phase-in. Plus, it included a historic 8% CPI, or inflation factor. But again, we received $68.6 million more than in the prior year. And then I'll just skip down to the bottom. We also received in total 63.8 or 7.5% more than the prior year. Now, why is the total less than the increase in foundation aid? It's mainly because if you look at the building aid number, that's down 5.9 million. Again, it's sort of an innocent number in the sense building aid tracks your debt payments. Everything prior to this year, prior to COVID, was properly financed through the state aid process and issuing of bonds. And when that happens, your building aid almost exactly mirrors your payments on your long-term debt. So while our building aid dropped 5.9, if you look at the expenditure side, our principal and interest on our debt dropped a very similar amount. So the net impact on the bottom line is zero. Admir, next slide, please. Okay, this the New York State aid runs, as we call them. They also, it's a very powerful econometric model. It can also project out what you're going to get in 24-25. This is a very initial calculation. Again, next year we'll have to go through the same process we did to get the blue numbers, the numbers in blue, but they do give us a peek right now at what next year's revenues will be. If you look in the second column, 24-25 state aid revenues based upon the database run, our foundation aid will be $708 million, or up $20 million. Our total aid will be up $26 million. So, interesting that we get these preliminary numbers. Now, a couple things can change that dramatically. Changes in our underlying data of enrollments or expenditures, and the state itself could run into budget problems. But at this point in time, it's a nice peek ahead. The good thing about this initial forecast, it almost exactly matches what's in our 4-year plan. So we did a pretty good job projecting that up. Admir, next slide. As you all know, I'm very repetitive, so I'm going to give you a summary analysis. 23-24 revenues versus budget. Foundation aid was right on at $688 million. Our total aid was 0.63% less than budget. This will ensure us a solid year in 23-24, barring any unforeseen large unbudgeted requests. The second table we looked at, 23-24 versus the prior year, it was a historic increase year over year. Foundation aid increased by $68 million, or 11%. It was sort of a one-time thing. We got the third year of the phase-in and a record 8% CPI. Total aid increased by $63.8 million, or 7.5%. That is phenomenal. There were decreases in building aid and other expense-based aids. Lastly, and I will wrap it up right after this sentence if there's no questions. The initial 24-25 projection, it's a very rough initial projection. The state could have budget problems of its own, but it's excellent data for the finance team to have at this point. We start comparing it to our 4-year plan and our outer years, and those are right on. It shows an increase of $26 million over the current year. This is in line with our 4-year plan, which is very encouraging. The BTF, just remember with all these increases, the BTF contract may add up to $60 million in cost in 24-25, so foundation aid will not cover that. Our BESSER ends with $90 million in expenditures. So our biggest challenge in 24-25 is not on the revenue side. It's in cutting budget expenditures. So we meet our 4-year plan goals. So that's sort of a a peek ahead at the budget process and the end of our vessel. Thank you. That concludes my remarks. Mrs. Woods.
Well, I thank you for a very thorough presentation, as we discussed earlier. When I saw the $5 million reduction in state aid, I was a little concerned about your projections, but as you explained, since those two expenditures are expense-based,
right,
that the revenues decreased and the expenses decreased, so that gives us a net zero impact.
Absolutely, yes.
So that, I thought that was excellent. You did a good job on projections. The future projections, the 26 million increase in state aid and revenues, that looks great. The question I had asked you if you would also speak to is we've had some concerns about some of the staff's worried about the impact of our ESSER funds disappearing and whether or not we were going to have massive layoffs. So I wanted you to speak to that so that our staff concerns would be calmed, and you can speak to that with these great revenue projections and increases. So can you speak to that?
Yes, I can. A small team, myself and some of my key finance people, along with Tammy Holly-McGee, have met with the superintendent a few times, and our next scheduled meeting is Monday, where we're conceptualizing and running some data on how to address this problem next year. The two goals we have to cut $90 million in expenditures. And the second one is to avoid as many layoffs as possible through cutting vacancies that currently exist in the general fund and grant fund. There can be no promises at this time that there won't be some level of layoffs, but it's too early to give, as we talked about earlier, Mrs. Woods, even a range of what we're talking about. That'll be coming out in a month or two, but we are pouring through the data with two very clear goals, but it's going to take more time and more effort to run through the data, kick off the school-based budget process. The feedback from that area will be critical to implementing our plan, and we're also reviewing central office vacancies. So it's just too early to tell or to make any promises, Mrs. Woods.
Okay, I hear what you're carefully saying, but what your revenue forecasts are showing clearly, and the number of vacancies that we have, I was hoping you would be more strongly saying to our staff, there's no major worries, and that's what I believe the financial position is presenting. So, board members, do you have any other questions? I think we've got a great forecast here. Is there any hands up? Let's see. I can't tell.
I have a question.
Sharon's hand is up.
Okay, can board president? Sharon?
So, can you hear me? Okay, so my question may be a little, let me say this. So oftentimes when I approach and I talk about BPS as being a family, a welcome family, whatever. So if I was in this situation in my own home, I would go to my family members and I would ask them, what can we do differently to save some money? Okay. Yep. And I think that is an ideal to ask the entire community, our family, our BPS family, what can we do to save some money? it might be something as simple as someone might call in and say, well, you know, at my school, there's a running faucet. You know, that may not be a lot, but if we've got 60 schools with 500 bathrooms, it can be a lot. So what I'm saying is that why not engage our family in trying to coming up with ideas and suggestions on what they can do to save money in our district? What can we do differently? We might be surprised what we find and hear.
I think your statement and your theme is right on, and it does echo what we talk about in the meetings with myself, the superintendent, and Chief McGee. It's going to take the board, the department heads, cabinet, to pull together on this and think about, as a district as a whole, how can we cut that 90 million and avoid layoffs? It is going to take that kind of thinking.
Okay, and so thank you for that. And I would like for you to maybe share that with the superintendent.
Sure.
And let's see what ideas. And even if we end up, if someone comes up with some great ideas, why not give them an incentive for it? Doesn't have to be a lot, but if we deal with the people who tell on each other, why not deal with the people who can make us better? The other thing is that this is not on your agenda, but I am curious to know, do you know if, before our former council left, Nate Kuzman, if he put a letter out to the city in regards to our $9 million interest?
I do not know for certain. I'm not aware of a letter being sent.
Okay. All right. Could you check that out? And we do have our new council in the building. Mary Scaffini is in the house tonight, and we're grateful to have her here with us, and we look forward to working with her. But yeah, I would like to see it. I would even drill it all the way down to the children. I'd be very surprised with children. The other thing is that I encourage you to do is to do a mass inventory. And the reason I say that is, because recently I started looking into my cabinets, and I was like, in my closets, and I'm like, I didn't know I had all this. And so it's saying we're family, we're house, we're community. Let's see what we can do.
I'll dovetail on that one too. We've been on a 3-year spending spree, and that's great. That's what the money was for. But everybody can take a year off, use the inventory, or focus on implementing the programs they bought before doing something new. In our meetings, we've all talked about those kinds of things. So we could do this next year. And another thing that we're going to have to address is the 1/200th issue and the extended learning time. That stuff has to be significantly changed. And that's tens of millions of dollars.
Wow. So good. Now, the other thing is, this was in my mailbox I want to give to you. It talks about, do you have surplus assets? We can help. So you can have this because I don't need it.
All right.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're muted.
I'll let you unmute.
Hello? Okay, I think Paulette said that was next. I have a couple of questions. Thank you, Mr. Barnes, for your presentation. And this is a very serious matter because we're talking about the population of our teaching community and our administrative community. And you said right now there's a number of seats that's open. I believe there's about 70 vacancies that's open right now. So are we still planning to fill those vacancies, seeing that we might have a budget crunch coming up, or are we going to try to look to keep them open and operate how we're operating?
Great question. Myself, the super, and Chief McGee will be making an announcement, a communication out after our Monday meeting.
After Monday meeting.
The more we fill now in light of, in general, the more we fill now in light of what's upcoming next year, we got to be very careful of. So we are on top of that issue, and the super will be making a communication next week. Did I capture that correct, Chief McGee?
Yes, you did. Thank you, Chief Barnes. So it's going to be very strategic, Board Member Hurd, in regards to the superintendent's decision making when it comes to those vacancies that you're speaking of. Of course, we're not going to see that children are lacking any services. So we don't want to impede or stop any children from having the proper services that they're entitled to. However, but some of the other vacancies that we're speaking of are some of the vacancies that we believe through data only, and looking at assessments, numbers, and things of that nature, we find that will not be necessary to fill at this time.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that answer. Just a couple more questions, and thank you, Ms. Holly McGee, for all the work that you're doing along with Jim Barnes and the superintendent. It's been, I know it's a lot of different positions and a lot of different areas that we need to address in education here in Buffalo. But now I just want to turn it over to our capital spending. Looking at the $90 million, and that's a serious amount to talk about when we talk about people's lives and jobs and education of our children. Could you please explain what monies are earmarked for capital spending and our projects, that's maybe a couple of projects that's going on that's taking the wealth of that, and possibly is there any other different avenues that we can look into to reduce the spending in that area so we can retain our staff?
Yeah, I want to go back to your first sentence. The $90 million in our budget, we got to cut $90 million in order for this district to remain financially healthy.
Yes.
That's a goal for all year. $60 million of that is non-staff related. In my view, that should not be a hard item to accomplish. It's the $30 million and the 300 FTEs that gets very tricky, that we are highly sensitive to. But $60 million, if we all act as a community, as Mrs. Goggins said, that should not be a hard lift. But we'll keep you updated. Now, on capital spending, I just updated the control board and our external auditors on an updated projection to our 4-year plan. What is now included in that are the following and no others: the Buff State, the commissary, Fosdick Field, and some extra money to complete All High Stadium. One thing that everyone is insisting on, we stop approving unaidable building projects. We don't want, with the upcoming RFS, we just can't do it anymore. So that's what's in there, Mr. Hurd. Buff State, commissary, Fosdick Field, All High Stadium, and Riverside Field is being considered.
Okay. I believe that do some partnerships with other entities here about field usage and things. I think we could address some of those areas just with some basic partnerships that we won't have to take a dive right now into some of those projects.
I believe I have a meeting with Becca Reynolds and the committee she's putting together. We'll see what comes out of that in that area.
Okay, the last thing then I just want to address is that last year when we got the teacher's contract approved and we were doing negotiations last year into this year, we was assured that our finances would be enacted this year. I know that with the $26 million that's expected to come from state aid and the other $7 million that we may have, and also looking into our reserves, what are we projected to have, or what are we looking like now that money's actually coming up after this teacher's negotiation and the contract being resolved?
Okay,
I'm just saying the message that we put out was that that we were going to be in good condition and everything was going to be great.
Right. Well, this is the second year of the BTF contract. Last year, we had a surplus of $54 million. This year, barring no more large unbudgeted requests, we'll have a smaller than planned deficit, and we'll end the year with almost $360 million in our total fund. We approved the teacher's contract based upon a couple of big assumptions. That overtime, 200 will be cut in half. That's right in the projections that we sent to the BTF and everybody signed off for. And we would reduce teacher vacancies by up to 150 spots if enrollments and class sizes continue to shrink through efficiencies. No more having 10 kids in the class, you're going to have 20, et cetera. So those were built in, and they do make the teacher contract affordable. So the teacher contract, the full cost of it, along with those assumptions I gave you, are built into our 4-year plan. And right now, we are running ahead of the 4-year plan.
Okay, great. This last thing I just want to state for the record is that I have been meeting with groups like MVP and Reverend Giles groups about working in our district, and also we have a number of principals that support these individuals coming in and helping out with the mentoring and health of our children. And we can somehow find it in the budget or someplace that we can continue to support these groups and individuals, and that's helping our families and our children. These individuals also dedicated their lives to this community. So I would like to see how we can get together after January to support these groups and continue on, with the health and wellness of our community and kids.
Sure.
Thank you.
Are there any other board members who have questions? Well, if there aren't any, then thank you, CFO Barnes, for your presentation. And that concludes Finance and Ops.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Madam Chair. I will give Leslie a call to see if she's prepared to come on a little early. So maybe we can take a few minutes of a break, and then we'll return.
Sounds like a plan. Board Member Woods, I'm so proud of you.
Excuse me?
I said, I'm so proud of you. Because you got that done in, 40 minutes? Not even quite. You and Jim Barnes.
Well, we went over quite a few of these things that you could tell we're kind of simpatico, but not exactly.
Yeah.
I'm pushing him to say things, I don't want people panicking thinking we're going to have mass layoffs. So
yeah, that's across.
I can't speak for the superintendent. They have to say that themselves.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you.
You're welcome. See you shortly.
Okay.
Board members, just so you're aware, Leslie will be logging on momentarily, and then we can go ahead and start the meeting when Vice President Evans Brown is ready. So it should be in a couple of minutes.
Perfect. Thank you, Dr. Will. Hi, Leslie. So nice seeing you.
Hello, how are you?
Good, thank you. I was
Good.
just commending Board Member Woods for completing her committee meeting in such a short, efficient time frame.
Well, I was
Yeah.
doing my little commute as fast as I could, so I'm glad I got back here.
Yeah, I'm excited. We can get out a little earlier.
All right, Madam Chair, if you wish, you can gavel us into session and you can begin your work session tonight.
Okay, hear ye, hear ye. I wish I had one of those real wood things to knock on it, or a chime bell or something. Hello, everyone. We're getting ready to get started. Our consultant is here, the wonderful Leslie Grant from the Council of Great City Schools. So Leslie, anyway, our superintendent is not here. It's her dad's birthday, so I'm going to get started so that we can, go back to a real life. So welcome. This is the Executive Affairs. I'm the Vice President of Executive Affairs for the 2023 year. Today, we're going to talk about a board quarterly evaluation with the Council of Great City Schools. So for those of you who aren't aware, we recently, the board, went into a contract with the Council of Great City Schools to focus on student outcomes. So the formal name, and I just had it, Student Outcomes Focused Governance. And so with that, I believe that we're probably one of very few districts who are engaged in this work. It's very unprecedented, meaning that we're still learning also as a board. Our superintendent have adopted goals that we charged her with. There's three. One, so that third grade economically disadvantaged children, it's late, will increase their ELA. Similar, number two, third grade economically disadvantaged students will increase in math. And then the third goal, increase graduation rates. And so there's guardrails that are in place. There are interim goals that are also in place. And as you know, these goals have to be SMART. With that, the board, in contrast, developed guardrails as well. And so there's an implementation committee that's in place. Board member Cindy McCutcheon, she chairs that. I'm on that committee, as well as board member Chuda. And we've been working behind the scenes with some of that work. So with that, today, part of this whole process is to evaluate ourselves. So the board will be evaluating ourselves, and Leslie is here today to help us through that process. We had homework to do or to complete by today. I'm sure some of us got it done, if not all. Leslie, you'll let us know what that looks like. And we use a progress tracker along with all of these different, oh my God, indicators. So I'm going to stop there, and Leslie Grant, our consultant, will lead this discussion. Ms. Green.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you very much for the introduction, Dr. Evans Brown. I appreciate it. And welcome to all. I can't see from where I'm sitting. I'm not clear how many of the board members are in attendance. I know board member Scott had alerted us he was not going to be here, so just trying to get a understanding.
So,
I see four of you on screen, and Jen.
3, 4. Board member Woods was here. I don't see her. Did we lose her? Because she was the 6th one. Board member Woods.
Okay. Well, I will not, we're not going to expend time on doing attendance, but I just wanted to say hello to everybody. Thank you for coming tonight. And I just wanted to start with a little overview, and thank you, Kathy, for Dr. Evans Brown, excuse me, for your high-level explanation about what we're doing. But I just want to go over this very deliberately. So the board self-evaluation is a systemic method of self-monitoring. It helps the board stay on track with your commitment that you've made to becoming more intensely focused on improving student outcomes. By using the student outcomes focused governance, not very creative, but very meaningful name, student outcomes focused governance framework to calculate a baseline score, which we did when we initially met. It provides a way for you to understand the current reality, where you are right now in terms of your behaviors to become focused on student outcomes, and provides us with actionable data that we can move forward with. So knowing exactly which items need to be true to score higher in each of the 6 competencies or domains, each of those different pages on your manual. Knowing what's true for those and where you can go allows for you to determine what is doable by the end of the next quarter, the next time we do this assessment. So this is a continuous improvement look ahead. It helps you in your desire, again, to be more focused on student outcomes. Why is this process valuable? And I think the core belief we have that you've committed to is that the board exists to represent the vision and the values of your community. You've made a promise to improve student outcomes. And the sole reason that your school system exists is to improve student outcomes. So by utilizing the student outcomes focused governance framework, you're able to drive your board's ability to function most effectively to deliver on that promise. So this is a process of calibration and recalibration. It allows for the board to align and realign your behaviors with those that are most effective in creating the context for improving student outcomes. These behaviors are often not intuitive. I think we all can say that we got to the position we are with our boards and how we work together in a lot of different ways. So figuring out what the right things are may not be an intuitive process. So it can be very easy for board members to fall back into behaviors that are more intuitive, which most often may be more appropriate in the realm of project management or work that belongs to the superintendent. But the board assessing itself with this instrument in a consistent fashion quarterly will assist you in shifting and maintaining your focus on governance versus management. So this is a tool for continuous improvement. It is not about laying blame and pointing fingers and, you know, if you did the homework, yay. We're taking score literally, but it is not about trying to shame and blame here. What it does do is serve as a reminder for the board to match your doings with your sayings. If you say you want to become student outcomes focused, you will need to employ behaviors that correlate to improving in student outcomes. When coupled with your implementation timeline and actionable plan, it's really an empowering mechanism for you to become more effective. So as you continue to improve, your growth is going to be shown, and we will celebrate you and have lots of goodies on the end, meaning you will have real proof and data to show that you have done your work as a board in improving student outcomes. So that being said, I wonder is it going to be most helpful for me to share a screen? Do each of you have the manual in front of you?
If you can share it, that probably would be helpful for everyone.
Okay. let me find screen number 2750 that has it. Okay. Okay. Do you see that?
Yes.
Being shared. Okay, the student outcomes focused governance framework. Okay, so can you all see this now? I have the vision and goals slide up.
Yes.
Okay, and again, if you have your own copy, which I highly recommend, just getting these 6 domains and laminating it and keeping it on your body at all times. I would like to suggest that this is I am not doing this process for you. This is an interactive game that I want each of you to participate in. I want you to have discussions around these. As we're going through this, I want you to contemplate, is this something we really have done? And or what are we capable of doing by the end of this next semester, the end of the next quarter, right? So by the end of December, is this something that we feel like we have done well? Thumbs up, let's go, move on. Thing that we feel by the end of March, we may be able to do. So I've got in the tracker, progress tracker, what we're gonna do is we're gonna put down your scores for today or where you think you're gonna be by the end of December. We're gonna put a score down for each of the domains about where you think you can be for the end of March. But the most important piece of this has nothing to do with the scoring. It has to do with the actions that follow. So if we are talking about something you believe you might be able to accomplish by the end of March, we're going to have to assign an owner to that process and make sure that it gets done by then. So that, I say, will be the most important piece of this exercise. And hopefully by the time we are a year or so into this work, I will no longer be needed to facilitate this because you guys are just going to take it on and run with it. So all right, so could somebody lead us off with the first domain, vision and goals, which is on page 2 in the manual. The board, in collaboration with the superintendent, will adopt goals that are student outcomes focused. What we want to do, and always be meaningful and mindful of, is the blue column. You want to get to the point where you are mastering student outcomes focus. And sometimes planning your work, you need to look over there to see maybe what you should pick up. So I'll give you all a few minutes if you would read over this slide thoroughly. Think about clearly what you've done. We'll come to a consensus about where you think you're going to be at the end of the month, and then what you think you might be able to do. Okay? So I'm going to give you like 3 minutes to do that.
Are you saying the end of this month, like December?
End of December, what do you think you have done? And then another thought in your head needs to be, by the end of March, where do I think we can get?
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. And if there's any words in here, anything in bold is listed in the glossary below. So.
Because this is like board work. Are you just going to grade yourselves? Should I go to?
What we're doing is we're starting to move toward the goal of being able to be 50% student focused on everything. And so these are the categories. Like, I took the course, I don't know if you know. And so if you haven't done all of these, you don't get any points. But this is where we're somewhat where we are. We're approaching it, we've adopted it, we've got SMART goals, but it's not quite complete because we didn't do this training.
Can you mute? We're trying to process.
Let me know if you're ready before my little thing goes off.
Okay.
You good?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, so starting with the first one, y'all talk it out. Where do you feel like you are with vision and goals? Somebody start and then y'all can respond to that. And talk through the different items in that column as you defend it.
Okay, so should we start with the pink column first?
You can do that. Yep.
All right, so the first column says that we're not student outcomes focused yet, so you get a 0. And it goes on to talk about, you know, the board's not this board is not student outcomes focused if any of these items are true. The board has not adopted goals. We have. The board has not consistently demonstrated the ability to distinguish between inputs, outputs, and outcomes. We have.
Enter the passcode and press the pound or hash key.
All right, who is that? Please mute if you're not talking. Thank you. And then lastly, in this column, the board has not hosted opportunities to listen to the vision of the community during the previous 6-month period. And that's not true because we have listened to via accompanying the superintendent on her listening tours.
Okay, so if any of these are true, if any of these items are true, we're going to stay at 0. So is it true that the board has not hosted an opportunity to listen to the vision of the community during the previous 36-month period? That is true. The board has not. You did accompany the superintendent. Okay. Yes. Okay. All right. So we're at 0 for that one for not student outcomes focused yet. So
Leslie,
that is
just some of us did accompany the superintendent at the community meetings. So that still would fall under 0.
it was not the board's listening session. The board as a whole was not leading those discussions. Okay.
Correct.
Yeah.
So what would be the point then to move on if we're at 0?
What do you mean?
Because
the point of discussing this domain anymore?
Right.
Because I want you to think about what could you do in 3 months.
Okay.
And again, this is where you start looking out at what would it take to get to the mastering student outcomes focus, and then sort of back mapping from there. Which of these things do you think you could get through in 3 months? And we'll talk about it. I don't expect y'all to know that off the top of your head. Just be visionary, though.
Mm-hmm.
So Leslie, I think that we could get to approaching student outcomes focus in that 3-month time frame.
So that would mean that you believe in 3 months you could adopt, in collaboration with the superintendent, goals, SMART
Which we
goals.
We already have SMART goals.
We already have.
What we would need is the interim goals. In that section, I think it's 1, 2, 3, the 4th one down. The superintendent has adopted, in collaboration with the board, 1 to 3 interim goals to progress monitor each goal, and each interim goal is SMART. So that's something that's still out there and open-ended and has not been closed yet, but I think doable and something we can accomplish within the next 3 months.
So, okay, I just want to put a pin in that conversation really quickly, though. the board adopting goals and what you're going to do when we talk about the board hosting those listening sessions and the board doing that engagement along with information you're going to get from the superintendent about the reality of students in the district, that is going to be the point where you set goals. I know
so we're not talking about the goals we have right now that we with you earlier. We should be framing this not thinking about that.
Yes. You've done that.
Okay.
That is work that you've already, kind of done. We're kind of band-aiding this year. So what I'm talking about right now, the goals I want you to think about in terms of your planning for the next 3 months would be the full process of going out, engaging the community, listening to what they want, coming back, pairing that, what you've heard from the community, with what the superintendent is telling you the reality for students is right now.
Oh, then we'll still be red. We'll still
Huh?
be red. Then we'll still be red in 3 months.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah,
I think you're right. I think it's going to take you longer than that to get to that point.
Absolutely.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to have a 0-0 on that. And again, do not put any like big, moral weight to where you're at with this. Okay. It's going to give this a year. If you're not making progress in 6 or 9 months, we'll have another talk. But this is this is our first thing out of the gate. But again, what I did want you to look at was the mastering student outcomes focus. So when you go to do that listening, I want you to keep these things in mind, okay? When you set those goals, I want you to keep these in mind. Can somebody read through those really quickly just for grins?
What are we reading right now?
The mastering student outcomes focus items.
You want me to read all of them?
Yeah.
Okay. The board used a process that included students, parents, staff, and community members in a way that leads them to express ownership of the adopted goals. All of the interim goals are predictive of their respective goals and are influenceable by the superintendent and the superintendent's team. Predictive suggests that there is some evidence of correlation between the interim goal and the goal. Influenceable suggests that the superintendent and through them, the staff, has authority over roughly 80% of the inputs the interim goal is measuring. And the board relied on a root cause analysis, comprehensive student needs assessment, and/or similar research-based tool to inform identification and prioritization of potential goals.
Thank you very much, Board Member McKicken. So that is what I want to keep in mind as we set up the process, we're going to set up the engagement and listening process, that we're keeping these things in mind. And as you do that work with the superintendent to actually set the goals and get the interims, that we're keeping this in mind, right? So if we have the opportunity to do a thoughtful process around goal setting, that we're doing it the right way with the highest expectation possible, okay? So, okay, so for this particular one, we're on 0 now, 0 in March, and anticipate something much different, I hope, for the June review, okay? Any questions about this? Is anybody confused about what we're doing or why we're doing it or how we're doing it?
I guess I do have a question. There was a meeting today with several groups that were talking about the community concerns of what they wanted to see with their students. It was an equity task force. And those groups really are very vocal, focused people working with UB to try to bring opportunities for our children. So when I looked at that meeting, I was thinking, wow, if we attended it or we had co-sponsored it, would that count as one of those community listening to the vision of the community? Because it's really a good group and they're trying to make a difference.
Yeah, so we will get to this. This will be part of the work that we explain in depth. But when you do, like, this is a formal process of listening to the community. It's not just, oh, I met somebody in the grocery store and, that we will put together a list. That list will be something that each and every one of you have an opportunity to put groups, individuals, whoever you consider to be the community, you have an opportunity to put that group on the list so that By the end of the process, you have listened to the community that you have defined, the board has defined, okay? A caveat to that is that you're going to need 2 of you to sign up for each of those. You know, you can have a list of 500 people or groups or organizations, but 2 of you have to commit to doing that. So if, you know, that is we will get to that, board member Woods will get to that defining of those groups. But the really important piece of this process is that it is a very structured process, because we want to have happen is every single community, every single group that you intend to touch with this process gets the same information from whoever's there. You're going out in 2s. You're not going out individually. You're going out in pairs, and we want you to mix it up and talk to neighborhoods, communities, and groups you haven't, you know, not your normal, but we want you to deliver them the same information, that they understand what your purpose is and what you need to hear from them. Because we can't have one group hearing something different than another group. That, you know, that really dilutes in the whole process, and the data is kind of not relevant. So, okay. What else? So, you ready to go on to the values and guardrails? This one's pretty similar in terms of structure of the content here, but.
Yes, sure.
Anybody want to take a shot at walking us through this one? Where are we right now? Where do we think we can be by the end of this month? Are any items from the first column true?
Again, I think our biggest issue is that this board has not hosted opportunities to listen to the values of the community.
Okay. Yep, I think you're right.
Yeah.
Any disagreement with that? For December, okay. And then in terms of where you think you can be in 3 months, we're going to stop there. In terms of where you think you can be in March, what are your thoughts on that?
I think we can probably do good planning with it, using the process that you're going to give us, the list, start planning out exactly what it looks like, but actually doing it, that's going to take a longer amount of time.
Yeah. I think similar to the goals, I mean, this is kind of, you know, these 2 things go directly together. So I think you're right. And so I think with Board Member McKecken's assessment that in 3 months we will not have, we will not move out of the red, pink, the not student focused, outcomes focused column. But we will be on our way to moving further down the road. And that's where I just want you to keep your eyes on the prize in terms of where we're going to be for the June assessment, that we get the work done over these next 6 months. And be mindful of, again, the process in mastering, right? What do we need to do to make sure that we've mastered this process? If you can, somebody could read I think the first one there is the same. If somebody would read through all of the 3 items on that mastering student outcomes column. Don't make Cindy do it again. She needs a break. Sorry.
I'll do it. There's room for everybody. So mastering student outcome focus, 15 points. The board used a process that included students, parents, staff, and community members in a way that leads them to express ownership of the adopted guardrails and, if applicable, theories of action. All of the interim guardrails are predictive of their respective guardrails and are influenceable by the superintendent and the superintendent's team. Predictive suggests that there is some evidence of a correlation between the interim guardrail and the guardrail. Influenceable suggests that the superintendent, and through them, the staff, has authority over roughly 80% of whatever the interim guardrail is measuring. In addition to the guardrails on the superintendent's authority, the board has adopted 1 to 5 guardrails on its own behavior and evaluates itself against them at least quarterly.
Okay. So what do you recognize? What's something that jumps out at you about that last one you just read?
I think it's similar to the first one that Cindy read.
And what about the third paragraph there, though?
In addition to the guardrails on the superintendent's authority, the board has adopted 1 to 5 guardrails on its own behavior and evaluates itself against them at least quarterly. Yeah, so we have already adopted some guardrails. Those don't count?
They do. So I'm saying you know, thumbs up there. But that does tell me that if we wanted to get to that mastering student outcomes focus, we would need to evaluate your understanding of those and your adherence to those guardrails quarterly. So, so that's
makes sense.
Yeah. And I know there was conversation around consequences and whatnot in terms of the board's guardrails for the board. So I think having discussions regularly about those and about how we're all doing with those is going to be a good practice. So, all right, so we're 0 now, 0 at the beginning, the first quarter, and with hope of moving pretty steadily through this. There's a term in here, theory.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I'm really focused on how we're, trying to move toward talking to community. And I keep hearing, and I know this is, we all have the same narrative. We're going out in pairs, we're reaching out to folks that we don't normally talk to. But I think what's missing in that is also talking before we head out about like the FAQs or the responses that we know we're going to get from people, and what is our response to those? Because that's where the disconnect comes, right? We can all say the same thing going out, but if we're responding to the concerns that we know are going to come at us differently and we're not prepared, then it kind of takes the whole mission and throws it out the window, because we're going to be at square one again. So I just want to address that, because that's what worries me. It's like, we definitely would have the same message, but how would we address what comes at us? And we can pretty much guarantee, for every question, we could have the top 3 thought processes of where people are going to come from, and just have like a collaborative response to all of those, and maybe even track who responded to what, response even more out of the top 3 we know would come to each thing we're bringing. Like, I don't mean to be too in the weeds, but at the same time, you can't go forth without having that kind of, devil's advocate backup plan. You know what I mean?
Yeah. So I think be my script supervisor. So what we do is we do develop a script that you each can follow in order to deliver that content. But part of that script is having the verbiage to allow the community, whoever you're meeting with at the time, to understand that they are there for a board level conversation, not a customer service superintendent level conversation. So that may be the typical way that, whenever you're meeting with community, I would, beg to guess that 80% of the conversation is around customer service related issues. It is not that those aren't important. This is not the time and place for that, but you will have a method to gather that feedback. What we have done in the past is maybe, set up a QR code, have a staff member who is, with you to take those concerns straight back to the superintendent. Whatever your process is now, whatever your good, effective process is now for getting constituent services elevated to the superintendent or getting them, directed where they need to be, that process will be available, but it will not be the concentration of your time. So you are right. These can go like, you come in there with the best intentions of, like, here's what we're going to do. And then the conversation goes sideways. Again, it's a very, I will, engage you helping me. We're going to have script training. This is not so that we are robotic and, tell the community what they want. It's so that we give them a really equitable listening forum. Okay. And that we're not, as board members, we're not, taking off task left, right, and Sunday by the issues that are important that need to be handled, but this is not the right meeting for those. So, yeah.
Okay. Can I jump in with a question?
Sure.
It's so the community would know what we're talking about. Is this what we were saying, that 2 board members will go visit another district and listen to concerns in that district? Just so everybody can follow along. And with that, I don't have any differences of working on the plan as such, and I think it's needed for the people to see issues that's going on in other communities. So, but what if the person's interests or reflections are different about how problems should be resolved, or what's important, what's not important, and they give information back to the superintendent on based upon what they feel and what their community is going through, and not be reflective of what other communities, are struggling with, or the concerns that they may have. I understand that it's logical to say we are doing a listening tour and we're listening to those concerns, and that's what we're bringing back to the superintendent. And then I think that respectfully, this board could do that, and will do that. But there's some things that's critical issues that somebody might hear that needs addressing right away, and some things are long term. So how do we decipher the difference between those and analyze those and bring those to the superintendent, back to the board, about how we can move forward with those, those short and long term answers, or possibly trying to resolve issues?
Yeah. So 2 things there. I think the idea that somehow the listening might be different, like what people are going to bring and then what you bring back to the table from these conversations might be very different based on the community you're visiting. And what we want to do again with the script is we want to structure what you're saying so that there's equity in the conversation, so that everybody's hearing the same thing. We also want to structure why you're out there. So what are you out there to hear? You're not out there like, okay, what's wrong, people? Like that's not, you're not going to stand up in front of a room and say that. What we need you to do, what we want you to do, is listen to the vision that your communities, the Buffalo community at large, what is the vision the Buffalo community has for what they want our students to know and be able to do. So you are only listening for student outcomes. And those student outcomes are going to be, we're going to translate that into a long-term vision, right? So that's what you're listening for. And we'll, again, I promise you, we're going to work the script together. You're going to understand what you're, this is going to feel comfortable if you will promise to engage with me in the practice piece of this, in what you're doing and why you're doing it. So again, what is being asked of the community is going to be very consistent, but what you're getting back from them is not going to be just a, sort of free for all. What do you want? What do you want? What do you need? Here's what I got. It should be very, and we'll do some more conversations around owner service versus customer service. Like, are you hearing things in a way that, a customer of the district needs something, and that needs to go to the superintendent. So
can I rephrase it just quickly? I don't want to take too much time, but say if one of our stakeholders say that one of their children are being bullied, and they reached out several times to try to get this ratified, and nothing has happened, and it's continued as a pattern that's going on, and the child don't want to come to school anymore. And then another stakeholder may come out with something that about education, that they feel that the child is not being heard, education by a teacher, or being not being heard, or being mistreated. So there's some of the things that we hear as board members.
Yeah.
And they specify names, they specify dates, they specify motions and things that the child is going through, which have to do with student outcomes. And so I'm talking about those type of situations where things need to be addressed immediately compared to the long term.
I do want to we need to have a deeper conversation around customer service versus owner service. You are not, as great as all you fine people are, none of you are the best qualified people to manage an issue with an individual child or an individual school, an individual classroom. Again, whatever experience you had, I mean, Dr. Shuda, whatever experience you have brought, that is not what you are here to serve and what you are here to do. What you're here to do is to do this high-level governance work to set the ownership of the district in a way that commands the leadership and administration to do the work to move student outcomes. Okay, so what you're here for, and I'm not saying, I mean, you're gonna get sad, horrible, stories all day long, and there's absolutely no way those issues should not be dealt with. They should be dealt with as soon as they can. So whatever your constituent services process is, y'all need to get really rote and really practiced in moving those issues into the customer service process so they get into the right lane. They either get to the have you talked to the teacher yet? Have you talked to the principal? Have you talked to whoever the person in central is over that? And we'll elevate that to the superintendent. That is where that issue goes. That is where it gets solved. So,
but Leslie, I don't know if you're hearing.
You need to have that process very clear. You need to have that process very well understood with each of you, and you need to have that process understood with the community, because y'all are not the best people to fix those problems. Trust me.
Leslie, I don't know if you're hearing what Terrence is saying, because what I hear him saying is that consistently across groups and districts, parents are coming up with, my child gets violently assaulted or beat up, and consistently the district's response is non-sufficient, doesn't address it. So it isn't we're doing a customer individual service. It is a problem in the district and in the policies. We don't address the issue of violence. It's hitting all of us. The issue of special ed children not consistently not getting what the law says. I mean, what we keep getting is from the community across the board. It's like that stop sign issue you gave us. It isn't. It's a whole pattern that isn't being addressed, and we need to address it.
So how do you, Paulette, or you, Terrence, how do you individually address that?
Leslie, this is Will. What I would suggest, because it seems like you're getting off topic of the evaluation tonight for the board. Board Member Woods, what I would suggest is that whenever you have a situation, if a parent has raised a concern to you, do what we have asked you to do, which is to call us. You can certainly call me, and we will immediately make sure that that issue enters into the customer service pipeline. But I would tend to disagree with the characterization that you just made about a number of things going unaddressed. That is just not the case at all. But please take advantage of the resources you have available to you to resolve all of these issues. And Leslie, what I'd suggest is that maybe tonight you just stay focused on the document, because I think you want to be able to get through that evaluation.
But Will, your remarks, if you read the newspaper for Da Vinci's issue, the child that's assaulted that the parent has us getting black eyes, that is not resolved, and it isn't the only one. So I stick by what I'm saying. We're getting numerous situations like that. We are doing the customer service pipeline. I'm not running around trying to solve that problem with Da Vinci, but I'm pointing out to Leslie that when we look at a policy issue and we're going to listen to our community, that we're hitting the same thing. So
right.
that's
my only point, Leslie, and then I'll let Leslie move on, is that in saying that, you're using this particular work session to do exactly what Leslie has asked that you not do, which is imagining that you have the expertise to manage through all those issues. What I would just encourage you to do is take advantage of the resources you have, bring it to our attention so that we can take care of those issues. All right, Leslie, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I'll turn it back to you.
Yeah, no, and again, y'all are doing something different, okay? So if you want to keep doing what you're doing and, the whole thing, right, you get the same results. What we're trying to do is lead you into a practice that gets you to elevate. If there is something critical within the district, a culture piece that's critical in the district that's not ever being solved, and you're like, we're doing the right thing all the time, it's never getting solved, the community, right? That will come out, and that will be something that you could, create a guardrail around. That way it gets measured, okay? If there's a culture piece or whatnot, you create. So what we want you to do is we want you to put some items in stone about what the board's expectations based on what we heard from the community. And again, this is not every day, and you're going to hear something different from the community, week to week, period. But you are doing a large scale community with a capital C listening session. The small C community, your individuals are always it is never going to not happen that they don't bring you issues that are important, need to be listened to, need to be resolved. Those have to go into a pipeline of customer service. We are not talking about that tonight. So I do want to have that conversation. That is very important. But the way that we're going to structure this big community, the big community conversation, is going to be able to give you a tool, Board Member Woods, to deal with that. Okay? So Board Member Hurd, I don't want either of you thinking that this process is not going to give you some tools to deal with that. Okay?
Got it.
All right. So values and guardrails. So we are 0-0 on that one for now. I did want to touch really quickly. There's a term in there, theory of action. Are you all familiar with that term? It's in both the in the green column, the meeting student outcomes focus and the mastering student outcomes focus. So it's in a glossary as well, if you look back in the manual. But if the theory of action is kind of like a high level strategy to which all of the school system inputs and outputs must be aligned. This is really something that the superintendent needs to be engaged in this conversation around that. I just want to call it out. I don't really want to go into a big long discussion about it tonight, but it is something to pay attention to. It's like a super guardrail, okay? All right, moving on. Monitoring and accountability. Who would take this one? Can you, I think we can do this one pretty quickly. Where do you think we're going to be at the end of December, and where do you think we can get by the end of March?
We haven't done the listening tour, and we haven't adopted goals, and we know that's not happening in December, so we'll still be in red. I would anticipate we would still be in red as we move into March as well. It all depends on when the time frame will be for the listening tour.
Okay. So the board does not schedule each goal to be monitored at least 4 times a year. So that'll happen later when we get the monitoring calendar done. Same with the guardrails, adopting the monitoring calendar, tracking your use of time in your board authorized public meetings. I know that Chair Dalton Cotman was excited about time use tracking, so we will get to that. Not there yet. Don't think we're going to get there. Well, we might get some of that done by March. That next one, somebody read that to me. Read that one out loud. The next one, the board has not consistently
demonstrated the ability to distinguish between customer service issues and owner service issues.
Right. And I do want us we need to have a special session on that. That is a very important piece. And I don't want to leave this with anybody thinking that we are not wanting to address that, or that is not somehow extremely important. That is a very important topic, but that is not something that we can tackle within this meeting or by the end of December. And then the school system has not achieved any of its interim.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Do you have or offer a specific, just like specialized training on this topic only? Because it's such a huge piece, I'm sure not just with BPS, but with everybody. Because it is our first instinct as board members, and I know in my first term, I felt like I can handle everybody's problem.
Yeah.
But it had to be a process in order for me to really bring people in. And that's why knowing what Terrence and Paulette brought to the table, I understand that. But when you suggested like a QR code or having a staff member with us during our tour, that right there is just key in really putting that, kind of line in the sand, right? And it makes the community aware of who you direct the questions to. So we would be, I think that's key. So I'm hoping that there's like, whether it's a work session or not, but a specific training or a specific piece of, real concentration on this.
Yeah.
It's important for future.
Yeah, I
board
think
members too.
if you, I think board member McEachern brought back a little bit of a really interesting way that one of the other districts handled that from the annual conference, San Antonio, I think. But there are a lot of different ways, and I think having a meaningful conversation around how your district does that and what you're looking for, because y'all all have to have a consistent understanding about how that gets dealt with, so that you can directly manage the conversations when they're coming at you. You don't want to stand there looking like, oh no, like you don't want to look like you don't care, but you have to have a way to say, I hear you, I understand what's happening, and I need to get you to somebody that's going to fix that. We don't want to wait for people to have to come to public comment at a board meeting. That puts them off. They don't need to be sitting around, boiling until they can do that. They need to have the issue heard and resolved. So we will get into that. Again, not going to be tonight, and we will touch on that a little bit maybe next week at our retreat. But I'm happy to send you readings on that. There's actually a chapter in the book. So if you will, anybody got the book out and handy and want to look through that and share that with your colleagues, there's a really great chapter in the book around customer service versus owner service. So I'm assigning that homework. I expect that to be done by next Wednesday, okay? All right. So where do we think we can get by the end of March for this one, for monitoring and accountability?
I don't know that we'll be much farther than where we are. Again, a lot of this falls on establishing the goals, and we don't have those yet. And that will come after the listening tour. So timing.
Yeah, I agree. The monitoring calendar is another. So once you've adopted the goals, superintendent has to respond to those with the interims. That takes a little bit of time. And then only after the goals and the interims the goals are adopted, the interims are agreed to, can you set a monitoring calendar? So you are off in the future with that one. So, but again, make sure paying attention to, one of the pieces on this has to do, just look down the road at some of the things we're asking you to do with this one has to do with the budget. So once we get through this process and you have those things, you've given that to the superintendent. We're asking the mastering student outcomes ask that you only approve the budget if you've determined that it's aligned to the priorities you set in the goals and the guardrails. So anyway, just things to keep in mind in terms of how this whole thing ties together, okay? All right, so the next domain is communication and collaboration. I'm not keeping y'all. Is this on the screen still? You can see I'm on the right page? Okay. All right. So communication and collaboration. Somebody take up that one. Where are you at the end of this month, and where do you think you can get in by the end of the first quarter?
Well, some of these things are accurate, but I guess if we haven't met all of them, that means that it's a 0. I mean, yeah, okay.
Yeah, you don't get credit for the column unless you've done the whole column. So,
Okay.
So again, the first one is the purposefully confusing negative. Have you consistently received the final materials that you will vote on at least 3 calendar days before your public meeting, during which those materials? So that is something that we would be expecting before you move beyond this one.
We do receive our materials.
We
3
do.
calendar days. We get our stuff on Friday.
Before the Wednesday.
The meeting is Wednesday.
Yeah, so that's a norm.
Okay.
And we have had more than 6 board meetings during the previous 12 months.
Mm-hmm.
Any of the meetings lasted more than 8 hours during the previous 12 months?
With that, oh no, but the previous administration.
We're not talking about them. Come on.
We've improved on that. No, we haven't done eight hours.
No, we haven't done 8 hours. Yes.
Currently, do you use a consent agenda?
Yes.
Okay. Have you hosted an opportunity to listen to the vision and values of the community during the previous 36-month period as the board?
Not formally. No.
Okay.
So that one. Mm-hmm.
Sorry. Go ahead, please.
No, I was just going to say that one we have a potential to move
to approaching.
Move out of this one.
I'm concerned about the 3 topic.
About the what one?
The 3 topics in the mastering. 3 topics for discussion during any board authorized public meeting. I don't know how we get there. Just to relate it to 3 topics.
Mm-hmm.
And I would like to really be abreast of how we can formulate something like that when all the different issues that we have to deal with, or concerns that we have, and concerns that our stakeholders have, or things that we moving forward with as a district that need to be presented.
This comes a little bit along with the same conversation around owner service versus customer service. So I think just as we look at it and we get a little further into the work and a little deeper into it, understanding what issues are things that the board really needs to discuss versus what are issues that the superintendent needs to manage through. And is there a reason that those need to be elevated to a public forum at the board meeting? So it's a process of looking at the agenda, understanding what the issues are. That's, where the consent agenda comes in very handy, is that if these are managerial issues that need to be legislated by the board, they need to be approved by the board, but they are clearly management issues, that helps with that. Those go on the consent agenda. So
when you say approved by the board, does that mean all 9 board members, or the consistency of the 3 that's been doing it?
Say what?
When you say approved by the board, does that mean all 9 board members, approved by all 9 board members for each discussion, or is this just been done by the president or the vice presidents in the past?
So in order for an item to be approved by the board during a board meeting, don't you have to have a majority of the board vote?
We haven't been privy to that information in the past, so I can start bringing up.
That outlines how you establish a board vote.
Yeah, Leslie, this is Will. There's nothing that isn't approved without a minimum 5-member majority.
Okay.
There are certain things that require a supermajority of 6.
Yeah.
But nothing that the board approves is done without a majority of the board.
Okay.
But we're talking about topics up for discussion during the board meeting.
If there is a topic that needs to be on the agenda for the board to discuss and legislate and vote on, that would require a 5-person majority, or as you're saying, a super majority, perhaps.
Well, no, Leslie, if I could, so a board member could bring up a topic during new business. They could conceivably want something to be considered and approved. They could try to get a second. So there is a vehicle in the regular agenda for a board member to bring up a matter of new business to be considered by the board.
Okay. That may be a practice and a policy and that you currently have. I would recommend looking at that. If you look at the meeting student outcomes focus on this one, look at somebody read out loud the last paragraph on the green one.
The board may note to the board's regularly scheduled meeting agenda during the meeting and during the 3 business days before the meeting unless a state of emergency was declared.
Okay. So that is put in there explicitly to manage through a chaos, like pulling things off the agenda, putting things on the agenda, having those, on the spot, on the spur of the moment. We need to bring this up now. It's a really unhealthy practice. So again, if it's currently practice, it is what it is. Let's, we're going to work, talk about why these, the recommendations in this are made because they're based on a lot of research on good governance practices. And that's what I want you all to adopt. This is what, these practices, these behaviors are what we are bringing to you. You said you want to change and adopt a more student outcome, a better way to do your business so that you're focused on getting results for kids. Hey, cutie in the background, Jen. So
Leslie,
if
this is Will. I'm sorry, and we're in 801. We had a little trouble understanding what the last item was. We didn't. Could you repeat what the practice was that?
So the board made no edits to the board's regularly scheduled meeting agenda during the meeting and during the 3 business days before the meeting, unless a state of emergency was declared. So that's in the meeting student outcomes focus, the green column all the way down.
Right. So there's a process by which board members could bring resolutions, for example. There's a deadline for that. There really are established policies and practices all around the procedure by which board members can bring items of interest or items of major importance. So there's not a situation where there's a free-for-all and things are being attached to the board agenda or being taken out of the agenda. Just by way of example, the executive committee meets on Monday to go through the agenda. At that time, that's an opportunity for the officers of the board to look at any particular items on the agenda if they need to be reconsidered or whatever. There's all sorts of safety net procedures leading up to that Wednesday board meeting. So, I want to make sure you don't have, that no one has the impression that there's like a free-for-all before the board meeting of what goes on there. It's pretty tight. It's a pretty tight procedure.
So, my apologies if I, am characterizing it that way. But are you telling me that the Monday before a Wednesday meeting, there's the opportunity for the chair or vice chair to put something on or take something off?
No, what happens is it's an opportunity for the officers who really represent the rest of the board. If they have a matter that's brought to our attention, let's say about a particular board item that we were unaware of, we really appreciate it. And the superintendent may decide, for example, to pull the item. And when that happens, I'll inform the board that an item has been pulled and I'll give the reason why it's been pulled. So those are all kind of procedures that are in place so that we're not, putting the board in a position on a Wednesday night to be voting on something that there may be some issues that were just brought to our attention about it. So those are actually good things. Those are board members exercising their authority to make sure that the board agenda is really tight and very responsible when they're voting on it.
Leslie, what he's not saying
and all board members really can do that. So, for example, there could be an item on the agenda and a board member may have a concern about it, and we believe that that's a very genuine concern, and the superintendent may decide they want to take a minute to look at it, and the superintendent may pull the item and then wait till the next month to have it reconsidered. We consider all that a value add because the board member's voice kind of in just making sure that the agenda is as solid as it can be so that everyone can have a lot of confidence when they vote on it. We consider that a really a good thing. It's not a free-for-all. It's board members kind of contributing in a very, in a procedure, in a process. And it's all board members. Yeah.
Leslie, what he's not saying is that we do get frequent edits, add-ons on Mondays, but it's not the board members doing it. The administration sets the agenda, and they do add items quite a bit and say, oh, we got to add this. This is important.
Right. Board Member Woods, it's not that I left that out. Excuse me. It's not that I left that out. It's just in the moment we were talking about what board members do on the way to the agenda. It is true that there are times the superintendent decides that certain things needed to be added. For example, we may need to change the number of teachers getting hired because they were finally through their process and we want the schools to get those teachers assigned. So I'll send you an email that says we've switched out the instructional board changes. It has these teachers on it. There may be a very important maintenance item that has come to our attention at a school and we need to have a contractor there and we don't want to wait a month. So yes, you will get items that are added to the agenda. And as a courtesy, we let you know about that. But we also believe in our hearts you wouldn't want those very important items to wait a month. So I guess what I would just encourage you to all see is that it's a responsible way to create that agenda. There are times when there are going to be things that are added to the agenda or taken out of the agenda to make it very tight, to make it very responsible, to make sure you have a lot of confidence in it. And it's not that it's, out of control or reckless. It's that we always have to think about what's in the best interest of our schools and kids, and we communicate that to you. Right, and the superintendent has that prerogative to do that.
Correct. But the board at the end of a meeting, if the board wanted to bring up a particular issue and then have a discussion on it and have bring forth a resolution that had not been presented beforehand. There are lots of things that create an imbalance in everyone having the same understanding and knowledge about what's happening. And what we really want to do is get so that the what is being considered by the board in their official meeting is very consistent. It is very predictable. It is, they give it as long a lead time as possible. There are, of course, issues that come from management issues that need to be, adjusted within that time frame. That is a management prerogative. As long as those are put there, as long as it's not a consistent practice would be the guidance on that. But I do want to say that.
Okay, Leslie, can I stop you right there before you go any further? So this is
I don't want to legislate this all the way to the ground right now because I don't think it's very productive. This is part of the work that we will get to is about your agenda, right? Like this is a whole other bucket of work that we want to get to.
I just need to understand what we're agreeing to. So all I need to understand. We're not agreeing
to anything tonight. Y'all have a practice that you're doing. We're not changing anything about that tonight. Okay.
Okay.
Nope. We're
just have a discussion.
This is none of this is going to be a knee jerk, oh, we're changing direction. This is not the way I want this, that's not healthy for any of us to try and work that process that way. So again, you have a process, you have a practice. Let's look at that. Let's analyze that. Is it aligned with the, sort of the best and healthiest practice for boards to do their work and districts, to manage their work? Those are the two pieces that we're interested in. We will get to this agenda question later. One of the things we want to do is look at your policy, right? Understand where those live, how they live. Is there a lot of board, management of policy that really is administrative, that should be managed by the superintendent. So committees, what are the, how are you spending every bit of your time as electeds being effective for students? And if you're spending your time as electeds being ineffective and being, combative with adults, that's not productive for students. So again, the suggestions here and the items that we want to get you through with this are about building a healthy environment for all of you to operate in. So, so anyway, I will say, I do believe that we are on a zero, where's mine? A zero on December, and for March, probably holding steady there because we're not going to be monitoring.
And accountability.
Yeah. Sorry, are you moving me along?
Yes.
I had it. Hang on. I'm looking for my stickies. Okay. All right. Go ahead. So, all right. Unity and trust. Unity and trust. Somebody walk us through that one. Where do you think we can get at the end of December with this one? And what might be things we want to look at accomplishing by March?
Leslie, I think that we will still be in the red at the end of December. I think as a carryover, similar to all the other ones that we've spoken on, until we do the listening sessions and we create and generate the goals, that will continue to follow us. And I can't say for certainty that that's something that would be accomplished by March. And then mixed within there is the board operating procedures, which I know is something that the implementation committee will have on their plate in the nearer future. That may possibly be something that could be accomplished.
Hang on. Board Member Hurd, can you mute real quick? Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry, just reading.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
That could be accomplished by March, depending on, when we start that process, and how much the committee is able to accomplish in that time frame. So there's a possibility of that one. I think generally we are already on par with noting conflicts of interest. So I don't know that that is something that we have to work through, because I think that's something there's an awareness of. And then board members serve on committees formed by the superintendent or staff without approval of the superintendent and majority of the board. I think that one we could potentially open up for conversation. I know we have a lot of committees that exist, and I'm not exactly sure personally myself at this moment process, but might be worth deeper conversation, whether it's tonight or on another night.
Yeah. Okay. Any
on that point alone, just on that point with the board members and committees and all that, that really needs to get looked into as to just for procedural sake, just for, protocol sake, because I feel like we have the autonomy to sit in on different committees or be interested or whatever, but who heads up what and who's responsible for what? It might be written, it might be put in place, but I feel like there's a lot of overlap that we need to address. So I just personally would like to see a real concentration on that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yes. On a reflection of that statement, thank you, Mr. Cozy. Reflection of that statement, is it saying that all committees will be appointed by the superintendent or approval by the board majority vote? Such that all committees should be
read
set
that.
In the
read
future.
which one are you talking about? I'm sorry.
In the red, the last paragraph.
Okay, so did board members serve on a committee formed by the superintendent or staff without approval of the superintendent and a majority of the board? So again, the answer is yes to that. That's not really the positive we want. We want that not to be the case. So again,
yes. We would discuss. We discussed we're discussing more of the formation of the committee.
Hang on, we've got a lot of overtalk. So if you're not recognized, if you're not holding the baton, can you mute?
I was talking about the formation of the committee.
Such as, give it an example.
Such as reading the wording here, it looked like there may be three types of committee that may be formed. One is by the president, one may be by the superintendent, and one may be by a majority vote. Is that what's the layout of that? I'm just trying to
Okay,
get
so
a better understanding.
yeah, no, I think what this is trying to get to is that if there is a committee that the superintendent has formed, a board member does not use their power to sit on that committee or attend those meetings without approval from the superintendent to be there or a majority of the board. So that is one type of committee. If you look down on the second one, the second column, the approaching, the yellow column, all board members agree that if the board has committees, their role is only to advise the board, not to advise the staff.
Right.
So those are two very different understandings around committee participation. So I just want to make that clear. Currently, do you have a policy or practice? And again, we can, when we do the policy diet piece or really look into that, you can make sure that it is there. But do you currently have a practice of requiring that information provided by the superintendent to one more board member is provided to all board members?
It's, if there is a policy, it isn't the practice.
Yes, it is a practice. So when a board member has a question, the superintendent will direct the cabinet member to inform all board members. The only exception to that would be if a board member brings a constituent or a parent concern. We're obviously not going to, report all of that out to every single board member. It's not necessary, but we will certainly report back to the board member that brought it to our attention. But when it's matters of policy or district practice, yes, it's an established routine in the district that the entire board is copied to provide that information to everyone equally.
Okay. And then again, looking at it, I think that, this does feel like if we're putting in the work to get the community engagement and listening sessions done, get the board goals and guardrails, a lot of the things in this second column that need to be done, addressed, and accomplished may be put off to the third quarter or the second quarter of next year, just due to the amount of work we have to do. But that does not mean, please, again, read through the mastering focus here. And get to where those things stick out in your mind as to where this is where we want to go, right? This is what we want to have for our board. And I love the last one on there. We're almost done with this one, but I love the last one on there. It gives you a goal of 80 or more. So we're gonna linger in the land of zero for a little bit. That's okay. But in several quarters, I would like us to get to the point where we are, when our work is done and y'all are humming along, that we're at 80. But again, there has to be a lot of thought, a lot of revisits to this document, which is why I say laminate it, put it on your fridge, put it by your bed. Please just continue to review the specifics in each of these domains about what work needs to be done, what behaviors need to be monitored, what behaviors need to be adjusted, okay? And as we said during the very first workshop we had together, whose behavior has to change?
Adult behavior.
Which adult?
Each of us.
Oh, all adults. This is unprecedented work, and it's going to take all of us to, like you said, continuously read the information, have it, in our faces, change mindsets, because it's about the students.
Which adult's behavior has to change first?
Fine.
Who said that?
Mine.
There you go. Thank you.
I said it.
All right.
Jen.
Bonus points. All right. We'll revisit a little bit next week. All right. Last domain. We are on continuous
second to
improvement.
last. Yes, continuous improvement.
So, anybody want to take this last domain on? Where do you think we are at the end of December? What is your prognosis for where we might be at the end of March?
Will the meeting that we're having on the 13th, which is considered a retreat, would that count as a governance team participating in a governance team training or retreat? I think so.
Which one are you looking at?
I'm looking in the red, the last bullet. The board has not participated in a governance team training or retreat where all members of the governance team were present during the previous 12-month period.
Well, I think within the last 12 months we have done that. So where are we in February, March?
Yep.
Yeah. So you do have that one. That one's good. Have you conducted a self-evaluation during the previous 12-month period? But you didn't vote to adopt the results. We are right now, but the last part of that, we recommend that you actually take a vote to your concurrence that everybody is understanding this is where we are with this particular quarter. So if you wanted to add that to the agenda for your next meeting, that would be that would get us out of that particular one.
Okay.
But again, we're lingering over there because of the goal piece. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if we look at the next one over, what are things that are aspirational for the end of March? The board tracks use of its time and reports monthly on the percentage of board authorized public meeting time invested in monitoring the board's goals and interim goals. This one feels like it goes back to our, I think, aligning with the monitoring one where we do not believe that we're going to get to the point where we're monitoring by the end of March. So any disagreement with that?
No.
Okay, somebody read me the next one down on the second one in the gold yellow column.
Yellow column?
Yeah, the gold, yellow, the second, orange. Some people call it orange. Color dysphoria. Second column, mass approaching.
Oh, okay. Which one you want, red?
Second item.
The board tracks the estimated annual cost of staff time invested in governance during its annual self-evaluation. This includes the time of any staff members invested in preparing for, attending, and debriefing after meetings. This includes all board authorized public meetings, as well as all closed sessions and all hearings. Now, does that pertain to the staff who are employed by Buffalo Public Schools?
Yeah, that would be staff. Yes. How much Will's salary goes into servicing the work you're doing? No, but again, a practice down the road when you've got a lot of the key components of this setup would be to, once we're monitoring the time you're spending in your meetings together, is to translate that out into the dollar, right? So how much of the taxpayer dollars are spent on your governance practices? So that is why getting lean and mean and doing just the thing you're there for should be something you aspire to, okay?
So would that be, say, when we do these sessions with 2 board members, we get to that point, if we do include a staff member in that, that's also, you're doing the cost analysis for that particular thing too, even though it's like agreed upon that that's what needs to happen. right?
Yeah, I don't, I will say,
It's
I don't
not
think,
a bad thing, it's just tracking.
no, it's a really good thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. And I would say that that is one of the most foundational practices that that the board needs to commit to, is that touch with the community, that consistent, equitable, very, very meaningful conversation with the community periodically. So if you're looking at ways to trim staff time, that's probably not the one I'd go after first. But I don't want y'all to get caught up on this. I just want you to be aware of it. Okay. All of the things that we're doing, like, again, if we can get to quarter 4, quarter 5, quarter 6 with this work, I think you are going to understand and recognize a shift in the way things are flowing. And hopefully some of the staff will reallocate its time to servicing the board and the governance work, to being able to, ensure student outcomes are happening the way you want them. So,
Leslie, that's why we wound up with only one board meeting a month, because the previous superintendent said he had 10, 20 staff members coming to every board meeting, and they're sitting there for 4 hours. And he said that was a lot of money and a use of time, expensive use of time, that he wanted to reallocate to actually them doing their job and working on plans. So we canceled, instead of having 2 board meetings, we only have 1.
Yep. So again, just keeping that in mind. It's not, we're not going out to like sniper any single one of these things, right? Like, what we want to do is be thoughtful about how all of these come together in just improving practices, improving behaviors, making sure that what you're doing is meaningful for students. The other things on here, I think, look at in terms of the continuous improvement. We talked a little bit at the first 2 days about the legacy, right? The legacy you're all leaving. Some of y'all might be crazy and want to serve in these roles forever, but I don't think so. You're going to have other people serving on the board of the Buffalo Public Schools down the road. You're going to have other people in staff positions. The thing that you want to create is a framework that lasts throughout. That is something somebody else steps into and goes, this makes sense and I can get stuff done doing this, right? So that is the framework y'all want to set up. In order to do that, you have to educate the community about what your role is, how that practice happens, and what you're, why you're there. And they have to see evidence that this is actually working for students. Because you can say it all day long, but if they don't see the evidence that actually, outcomes are improving because, this is all happening, it's going to be one more thing. So having a practice where you go out and lead a school board school, or lead, conversations with the community about what you're doing, is really important too. So I just want to put that one out there in terms of, that was in the meeting student outcomes. The board is hosted and the board members have led or co-led at least one training session on student outcomes focused governance during the previous 12 months. And that is for the public. So, okay. All right. So I'm going to put your tallies in the tracker. I'll maintain that until I gift it to you, one of you, to host. But I appreciate your work tonight. I appreciate the time. I know it took longer than, we might have wanted, but these conversations are really important. They will help you next week. So thank you all for coming today. But I just want to, I'll end with, are there any, big questions around what we're doing, while we're doing it, and specifically about this process?
Oh, I'm going to start, and then I'll poll the other board members. And it's just really a question and a thought, or observation. I don't know, however you want to take it. So the book club that we're talking about, the book study, what would you consider that? Would that be part of, involving the community, for example, to understand this whole governance student outcome governance process.
Yeah, no, I think that would, I mean, you know, if we're sitting here wanting to mark off stuff, I would put a little circle around that one. That would be a good, that would, for me, qualify as a training session. You know.
Yeah, I kind of thought so.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're in the throes of getting that off the.
Yeah,
Oh,
so
yeah.
that is about engaging the community. Now, the issue with that one is like you're going to have a targeted group that you want to concentrate on first, hoping that will sort of cascade out and that be a bigger, broader. We were talking about maybe having a student one as well, right? Having a student book club.
Mm-hmm.
Don't want to impose on their work they're currently doing, but if they were interested, but I think that having that so that you are allowing the community in to understand, and the book is just the best and simplest way to make that happen. Having them understand what you're doing, why you're doing it is going to be really important. So, yeah.
Thank you so much for that. So any other board members have questions or comments for Leslie before we wrap this up? Yeah, this is President Cotman, you're in the boardroom. Any thoughts, questions?
Well, I want to thank Leslie for going through the steps and the process with us. I think what was clear is that I don't think oftentimes we understand what really happens in the realm of things. To think that a meeting is happening with the vice presidents and the president of the board, and we're not, and the consent agenda is being formed, it's not happening. And once the consent agenda goes out, it's by that day on Monday, we either it's set, and the only person at that point who can really change it for the most part after 5 o'clock that day is the superintendent. So the meeting that is held with the executive team is to make sure that the concerns are addressed, and by that time, hopefully the board members have submitted their concerns so that our district clerk can move forward and get things done. So I think we're all learning the process, but I want to be clear. There's only 4 committees that are formed by the board, and that's by guideline 4. The other subcommittees that exist after the board has agreed to make them exist. So there's nothing going on outside of that. If the superintendent, however, asks board members to work on, or if there's some things that the superintendent is doing and she wants to make sure that there's a voice from the board that's there, that's a whole nother different conversation. And so either you participate or you have no voice. So we need to just work on making sure we understand the procedures a little bit more as a board. And I think this exercise is going to help us get to where we are allowing our employees to go home at a decent hour, like tonight, and enjoy their lives and allow more time for them to focus in on what they need to do to make our school district better. And not grandstanding where we're doing resolutions that have nothing to do with student progress or outcomes. For the most part, it has to do with just things that people are just doing because they can. So I'm encouraged personally to see that we're moving in the direction of good governance and that we can get there. And I want to thank the implementation team for the work that they're doing. It's not easy. Change is difficult. It's always difficult to change, but I can give you an example. Today I had a parent that called me before day, and I immediately wrapped it up and sent it to the superintendent. And it was off of my shoulders because I'm totally confident that she's going to do her job and handle that parent issue. And the parent was even happy that I moved it to the superintendent's level. And I probably would have moved it to Dr. Caressi's level, but he didn't answer the phone at the time. So he got away with that one, but I just want you to know that a lot of this is in our training, our initial training with AJ. He talked about, are we really servicing kids? If we're handling problems and not making sure that the issues are being addressed or the root of the problem being addressed. And so I took that to heart and I try to move it forward. So we got a lot of work to do, but if we do this right, this will be one of the most effective boards in probably the state for real. And possibly we will be able to join the other successful boards that have been able to move their low-performing school districts to the next level. So that's what the encouragement is about. If we take the big eye out of everything, I think we'll get there. Thank you, board members, for doing this work. It is about the children. That's what it's about, for real. You know. Thank you so much. And Dr. Caressi, thank you for the work that you do. We don't often see everything that you do, but it takes a lot of coordinating to put together items upwards of, and sometimes 100 items in a package and everybody signed off and all of it done. We don't often see the work that gets done, but I want board members to feel that their voices are important. And one way to make sure your voice is important is that you follow the systems that are in place so that you can be heard. So thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I concur.
Can I just, a little bitty word about next week? I appreciate all of you committing to that. Thank you, Dr. Crestes, for setting that up as well. And I know that we're meeting, it's a off-site, and I just wanted to make sure that the 3 hours we have together, that we are together and that we can meaningfully get work done. I know that I think dinner was being offered, and if there's any way to just make sure that that will be a working dinner, that through any of the time that we have together is spent engaging in the work. Okay, it's going to be fun. All right, thank you all very much. I appreciate you allowing me to spend time with you. Thank you.
Thank you, Leslie, so much. Now, are there any pre-readings that we need for that day or no?
Yes, that document you just looked at, read it 5 times and then click your heels. Just keep reading it. Keep reading
Sounds
it.
like a plan. We don't like zeros.
Yes.
We
Thank you
don't
all.
like zeros.
Thank you, Leslie.
Okay,
Thank
so,
you, Leslie.
thank you, Leslie. Dr. Will, do you want to have any last comments? Is he gone? Oh, he hurt and got out of here. Okay, good night, people. Have a good night. Thank you, Leslie.
Good night. Be blessed.
Good
Thanks,
night.
Leslie.
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.